The next bill on the calendar for the day is Senate File 4942. The clerk will report the bill.
Senate File number 4942, number 2 on the calendar for the day, an act relating to state government, the third engrossment.
Representative Kraft, before you explain the bill, would you want to put the House language into your bill?
Yes, Mr. Speaker. The amendment we have is the DEA, and I move that to put the House language in the bill.
Kraft, we'll do the amendment first. Okay. So the clerk will report the amendment.
Kraft moves to amend Senate File number 4942, the third engrossment. The amendment is coded DEA 4975.
Representative Kraft.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I hope I got the time right now. Yes, this just inserts the House language into the bill. I ask for a yes vote.
Discussion. Seeing none, all those in favor? Aye. Anyone opposed? The motion prevails. Representative Kraft, would you like to explain the amendment? Do you want?
Mr. Speaker, just put the House language into the bill.
Would you like to explain the amendment, or you want to go straight to amendments?
Okay. So, Mr. Speaker, I'm going to yield to Representative Vang.
All right. Thank you, Representative Kraft. Representative Vang.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I hope you don't mind if Ag goes first. So much of the policy bills within the Ag Broadband are agency technical bills that update statutes, provide cost savings to current programs, and allow flexibility to utilize funds. Some of the member-driven policies include Representative Hemisane-Yeager's House File 4110, which requires a Spanish translation of the exam materials needed to obtain a commercial pesticide applicated license. Representative Norris, House File 4163, will fix a gap in the farm-to-school grant eligibility, which prevents child care centers and home-based child care providers from applying to the program. And then Representative Purcell's House File 5147 is a consumer protection initiative, which aligns state definitions on honey and honey-based products with the federal FDA. The committee's proposal to address the groundwater nitrate crisis is largely born out of Representative Hansen's bill, House File 4135. This bill will repurpose AFRIC, starting in fiscal year 26, towards a new private well drinking water assistance program to ensure affected communities to have access to clean drinking water. We also have a new proposal from Representative Purcell, which would create a working group to explore the establishment of a clean water carbon credit market. And finally, we're continuing the work that we built from last year, a provision to clarify intent for the Farmland Down Payment Assistance Program, a successful program of supporting the next generation of farmers. Some of the budget items for this year's bill is we've allocated $300,000 for soil health financial assistance grants, seeing how successful and popular this program is amongst farmers. Additional $300,000 for beginning farmer infrastructure grant, $250,000 for AURI to support food entrepreneurs, $200,000 for farm to school, $100,000 for biofuels, and $100,000 for pollinator research account. Mr. Speaker, so this is the gist of the bill, and I welcome any questions.
There's an amendment at the desk. The clerk will report the amendment.
Nelson N. moves to amend Senate File number 4942, the third engrossment. As amended, the amendment is coded A45.
The member from Pine, Representative Nelson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And the A45 amendment would just change the economic gain to more than the applicable rate by the Iowa State Farm Survey. It's kind of like a blue book value of how to evaluating things. So it's something that's commonly used in the agriculture world, and just I think brings some clarity to the amendment.
Representative Vang.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you, Representative Nelson, for your amendment. We spoke about this amendment in committee, and I want farmers to recognize that they got these farm equipment through the help of public dollars. And should a neighbor or a friend who wants to use the equipment, I want to encourage them to share it rather than to lease it for economic gain. And so therefore, I ask members to vote no.
Further discussion? Representative Nelson.
And thank you for that. And my reasoning for the on the soil health grants, the amendment or how they work is that a farmer that, or somebody that owns one of these pieces of equipment, they purchase it outright, and then the grant allows up a portion of that to be reimbursed. And so they do get some of it reimbursed, so it does take a portion up to, I believe it's up to 50% of the purchase price, or $50,000, whichever is greater. I believe that, and they could request a smaller amount, but that's what it allows. And the purpose of the grants is trying to get this equipment across as many acres as possible. And my concern is that if we're not giving a rate to basically barter at or whatever. Bartering is allowed, but this is really just putting some framework and guardrails around what is the value of what we're going to use. Let your neighbor use this piece of equipment and the rental rate of it, it's not making a profit. It's just really the guide rail of what are we going to allow for the use of this equipment. And I think it's really just bringing clarity to this, and I would encourage a green vote.
Seeing no further discussion, all those in favor say aye. Aye. Anyone opposed say nay. The motion does not prevail. The motion is not adopted. There's an amendment at the desk. The clerk will report the amendment.
Franzen moves to amend Senate File Number 4942, the third engrossment as amended. The amendment is coded A41.
The member from Douglas, Representative Franzen.
Thank you, members, Mr. Speaker. So the A41 amendment is very simple. Simply put, that as we're out grocery shopping, I think everybody has a right to know exactly the ingredients and that they are reading on the labels, and also that they should understand what those ingredients are. So this is very simple. If you're grocery shopping and you're reading a label and it happens to have insect protein in the ingredient list, it should be simplified, where it has the common name of that insect, so you know that if you are eating crickets, you know that you are eating crickets. Members, so request a roll call, Mr. Speaker. Very simple amendment.
Seeing 15 hands, a roll call is requested.
Thank you. So that's the amendment, members.
The member from Hennepin, Representative Vang.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you, Representative Franzen, for your amendment. It's definitely an interesting issue. I'm intrigued by it, but because we've not heard this formally in committee, and this is the first time that we've heard about this issue, and so I will ask members for now to vote no.
Further discussion on the A41 amendment. Representative Słudzinski.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, members. I want to thank Representative Franzen for this amendment. And this has been an issue. If you watch the news, if you've read the articles, if you've seen the television programs, this has been an issue that's coming before. I think it's the World Economic Forum. I believe there's others that are talking about trying to move protein consumption away from animal agriculture and moving it to insect consumption. This is not a new issue. This is kind of that Marie Antoinette time of saying, if they're starving and they don't have bread, let them eat cake. Well, if they can't afford beef, let them have crickets. And I think it's important we take a stand for animal agriculture in this state to understand that when people are consuming protein, they first think that it's animal agriculture. To stand on this body oftentimes, some people give speeches and it gets really quiet to the point that you hear crickets. If we don't pass this amendment, maybe we won't even hear them. Vote green.
To the author of the amendment, Representative Franzen.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. To the chair of the committee, I did ask for a hearing, as a matter of fact. So that is up to you on, I don't know why I was not given a hearing on this bill. I am extremely passionate about this. We just passed a bill off the House floor not too long ago regarding Taylor Swift tickets, any ticket you buy, that you need to know up front what you are paying for before you hit the submit button and see all what's called, I think you guys call them junk fees. This is the same thing, except I don't want to know after the fact that some weird name called acheta under the ingredients actually means crickets or bugs or whatever. I want to know that if there's mealworms in the hamburger patty I'm eating, I want to make sure that I'm getting beef and not mealworms. So I also want to thank you, Representative Swedinski, for your comments as well, because eventually I do believe that this body is going to be discussing ways that we can reduce our consumption on livestock for food, okay? So if you just simply read any article on the wonderful World Wide Web, Representative Swedinski brought up the World Economic Forum. Now, Florida has done some really great work combating some of the goals of the World Economic Forum. But here's an article, 5 reasons why eating insects could reduce climate change. So this is a discussion that we certainly are going to be having in this body, and I feel that it's going to be quite soon. But today, all I'm simply asking for is labeling. If we can have labels, clear definitions of what you're purchasing when you go to buy a ticket, I think we should have clear definitions on our food supply of what you're ingesting into your system. Members, please vote green. Thank you.
Seeing no further discussion, the clerk will take the roll. The chief clerk will call the members voting remotely.
Carroll.
Carroll, no.
Carroll, no. Hewitt.
Hewitt, no.
Hewitt, no. Cagle.
Cagle, no.
Cagle, no.
The clerk will close the roll. There being 59 yeas and 68 nays, the amendment is not adopted. There's an amendment at the desk. The clerk will report the amendment.
Nelson N. moves to amend Senate File Number 4942, the third engrossment as amended. The amendment is coded A47.
The member from Pine, Representative Nelson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And members, the A49 amendment would, back to the soil health grants, if somebody was able to get one of these grants and were able to get a piece of equipment that they would, if they were to sell it within 3 years, would just repay back the grant. If it's further than that, then the grant, they would still be able to keep that. So thank you, that is my amendment.
The member from Hennepin, Representative Vang.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you, Representative Nelson, for your amendment. We spoke about this in committee, and it sort of opened a can of worms about enforcement issues. And so, although it sounds reasonable, I think the language isn't quite right yet. So I will ask members to vote no.
Further discussion on the A47 amendment? The member from Washington, Representative Anderson. Sorry,
Thank you,
wrong
Mr.
one.
Speaker. That's Pope, P-O-P-E.
Thank you, Representative Anderson.
I rise in support of this amendment. We did discuss this in committee a couple of weeks back and was hoping we'd have some kind of a resolution to this issue. It really shows that the language here isn't ready, and thanks Representative Nelson for trying to address this. We talked about if a farmer purchases a piece of this equipment, and some of these can get pretty expensive, $50,000, $60,000, $70,000 or more. and he has to sign a contract, and then the grant comes from the Department of Ag, 90% up front and then 10% after the first year. But that piece of equipment technically belongs to the farmer. I asked in committee if the department takes a lien on the equipment, and they said no, they didn't. So really, it is the farmer's possession, it's his equipment, and I appreciate the amendment that looks at the problem, maybe doesn't quite totally solve it all the way, but I would support the Nelson amendment to address the situation of ownership and how a farmer can use this equipment once he gets the grant.
To the author of the amendment, Representative Nelson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And the amendment, and thank you, Representative Vang, for the conversations we've had on trying to address this. The underlying amendment, or the underlying bill that we're trying to amend, one of the issues I see of it is that it doesn't allow the repayment of a machine or the selling of a machine for more than a documented price, and there's no sunset on it. If somebody owns that machine for maybe 10 years, I mean, technically they can't sell it for more than they have into it. One thing that's happened in the last 5 years in agriculture equipment, and it's probably happened in vehicles and other things, is that things have inflated. In the March of 2020, I was very serious about buying a tractor. And when COVID hit, I decided this is probably not a good time. Just the uncertainty of the market. Hindsight, I wish I would have bought it then, because that same tractor, I'm paying double today for that very same year model, everything. It's twice as much. And when we have the underlying bill is saying that you can't sell it for more than the documented price of equipment. So if I were to have a piece of equipment, I was going to go into the dealership and trade it in for a newer one, and I was being honest as a farmer and said, hey, I bought this for $50,000. Maybe the price of the equipment is inflated to $100,000. But if I'm going to be honest as the individual trading in it, and I say I can only take $50,000 for trade-in, I think that dealer is going to be laughing all day long and give me my original money for that trade-in value, and he's going to put it on the market for whatever market price is, and he's going to pocket that extra. And I don't think that's the intent of what the grant is, but yet we're hamstringing the farmers that they're being subject to inflation. So either we're going to have people that aren't following and aren't being honest, or we're going to take and really hamper them, and their people are not going to be using the grant, which is not what we want. We want people to use the soil health grant to be able to use this equipment over as many acres as possible, whether that's renting to a neighbor or maybe they're needing to upgrade. But this is also a once-in-a-lifetime grant. If you get it, you can't come back and reuse it. You can't be using it for selling it for more and pocketing it. But, this really just says for the 3-year window, it's, if you sell it for, you can sell it for less than that, you don't have to pay the grant. But if you were to sell it for more, which is possible, you would have to repay the grant price. And I urge its support, and I urge a green vote. Thank you.
Seeing no further discussion, all those in favor say aye. Aye. Anyone opposed? The motion does not prevail. The amendment is not adopted. There's an amendment at the desk. The clerk will report the amendment.
Burkle moves to amend Senate File Number 4942, the third engrossment as amended. The amendment is coded A44.
The member from Roseau, Representative Burkle.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. This amendment is something, A44 is something you've heard me talk about before. The elk depredation issues we have in northwestern Minnesota, and my good people, good livestock farmers up there who deal with that problem, as well as the wolf depredation account. This simply would take $100,000 from the pollinator account on page 44.25 and transfer it into the compensation for crop damage account on 45.25. And I'd urge your support.
The member from Hennepin, Representative Vang.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you, Representative Burkle, for your amendment. It's not an unreasonable amendment. However, similar to Representative Francis' amendment, we have not heard or talked much about it in committee in comparison to the pollinator research account. And so I felt it's more, the committee's more comfortable in funding the pollinator research account rather than the elk depredations. And with that, I ask members to vote no.
Further discussion on the amendment? Seeing none, Representative Burkle.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you, Chair Vang, for those comments. I know we've had this conversation before. I know you're fully aware of the issue we have in northwestern Minnesota, and the situation with the change in the environment bill to the DNR's elk management plan creates a serious problem for my growers up there, my livestock producers. Specifically, when I reference an email I've got from MDA showing that they've already transferred $33,000 from the wolf depredation account to cover some of these elk losses. And they've already received $90,000 in elk claims that they can't pay until 2025. So I think this is a reasonable request to take this money from the bee pollinator account that really was funded at $800,000 already the first year of the biennium, and just take this $100,000 and help make these guys whole in northwestern Minnesota. And I'd urge your support.
Seeing no further discussion, all those in favor of the A44 amendment say aye. Aye. Anyone opposed? No. The motion does not prevail. The amendment is not adopted. There's an amendment at the desk. The clerk will report the amendment.
Anderson, PH, moves to amend Senate File Number 4942, the third engrossment as amended. The amendment is coded A48.
The member from Pope, Representative Anderson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. This amendment deals with a program that was mentioned in the opening by Chair Vang. A program that's been very successful. It's a Farmer Down Payment Assistance Program. And what this amendment does is add additional funding to that program to make it possible for all those who applied for the grant would be able to get the grant from the Department of Agriculture. There have been some issues last year or so with how those funds were handed out, how they were prioritized. In fact, there was a lawsuit filed last year about that situation. And now this year, to avoid that from possibly happening again, the criteria definitions were changed again. The definition of a qualifying farmer was changed. This time it's going to say they have to have an under $100,000 of income. They have to be raising either hemp, marijuana, or a specialty crop designated by the USDA, and then have limited access to both markets and to land to be able to raise those crops. So again, with this amendment, it adds $600,000 in funding to enable all those who applied for funding in round 2 to be able to access this program. It's been a successful program, and I would encourage a green vote from members on this additional funding for the down payment assistance program.
The member from Hennepin, Representative Vang.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you, Representative Anderson, for your amendment. Just to remind the body that the intent of this program is to support farmers with the greatest need, those who have farming experience but have the greatest barriers getting into farming due to things like lack of financial capital, language barriers even, or not even having the social capital to find and get farmland while competing with other investors. Having this language directed to specialty crop producers will have a greater impact because a producer does not need a lot of acres to grow produce and can immediately start profiting, building a sustainable farming business right away. I think this is the most effective use of our public dollars to support the next generation of farmers and our local food economy. So I ask members to vote no.
Further discussion on the A48 amendment. Seeing none of the author of the amendment, Representative Anderson.
Thank you again, Mr. Speaker. Well, I would just add that it's difficult for anybody trying to get into farming today. It's a highly capital-intensive venture, land, equipment, livestock, and such. So I think anybody that has the ambition to get into the occupation of farming, you know, it's kind of funny. The last 3 years, we've been praying for rain, and we've had drought conditions the last 3 years. And now the last couple of weeks, we've been inundated with rain throughout much of Minnesota. Just goes to show how unpredictable this occupation of farming can be. And it's challenging for anybody in the business of agriculture. So again, I would just encourage a green vote that the state would allow anybody who applied to the program to be able to get some funding in this down payment assistance program. And I would encourage a green vote. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Seeing no further discussion, all those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed say nay. No. The motion does not prevail. The amendment is not adopted. There's an amendment at the desk. The clerk will report the amendment.
Anderson, PH, moves to amend Senate File Number 4942, the third engrossment as amended. The amendment is coded A42.
The member from Pope, Representative Anderson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and to the members. Frankly, I'm surprised that we are here offering this amendment today because in this Ag bill, a very popular program is going to meet its demise a year from now in June of 2025. It's called the AFREC program. It's familiar to most farmers and those that buy fertilizer, but it stands for the Agricultural Fertilizer Research and Education Council. It's been around for 15 years, since 2008, and it is a farmer-funded program. It's not dealing with state dollars, but it's funded by those that buy fertilizer in Minnesota. Mainly that would be farmers that use fertilizer in their fields. It raises about $1.2 million a year. It's used for research and education in the field, the areas of proper use, proper applications, and efficiency in the use of fertilizer. And it's especially interesting that in the year that we've been told by EPA to kind of clean up our act in southeast Minnesota, that this program would be on the chopping block. And the funding would continue, but the program would end. And that funding would continue and go for another program that would concentrate looking at situations in southeast Minnesota. So you'd have a situation where farmers all over the state would be contributing to this fertilizer program, and the money would be directed to one specific area in the state. And again, my surprise, because this program is so popular, the governor supports it. It's in the Senate bill, and found a listing of some of the major ag groups that support this program. If I can, Mr. Speaker, read some of those. Corn growers, soybean growers, Farm Bureau, Farmers Union, the irrigators, crop production retailers, sugar beet people, crop consultants, potato research, Feed and Grain Association, and the Northwest Bean Association all support this program. And again, I would emphasize that this money is not state money from the general fund. It is from a user, farmer-induced program, farmer-directed fund, and again, extremely popular. And I would ask for a roll call, Mr. Speaker, first of all, before I forget.
Seeing 15 hands, there will be a roll call.
And again, just ask for member support to keep this very popular program going and keep it going here in Minnesota for research and education and outreach to those that use fertilizer projects in Minnesota.
The member from Hennepin, Representative Vang.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you, Representative Anderson. This is something that we've talked about in committee. We've heard multiple proposals on how to address the groundwater nitrate contamination, especially in the karst region. And I want to thank your members on your side of the aisle, as well as my members on my side of the aisle, who have contributed and provided input on how to address the nitrate contamination. And although we did hear a bill to renew AFREC and continue the extension, the question before the committee is, are we doing enough? Are we doing enough to make sure drinking water is not contaminated? And I believe that answer is no. And so with that, which is why we have this proposal in our bill, and nitrate contamination has been a decades-long issue, and as a result triggered the EPA over an interim to have the state do more. And so the proposals we heard this year may not be perfect, but I think it will encourage us to work harder to protect water quality in the state of Minnesota. And so I ask members to vote no on this amendment.
The member from Winona, Representative Jacob.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. In the interest of full transparency, which is certainly very important to me, in the very name of the fund, Agriculture, Fertilizer, Research, Education Council, to essentially raid that fund to solve a problem in southeast Minnesota, completely unfair to all the farmers, agriculture people who are contributing to the fund. These are people who had nothing to do with the problem, yet they're the ones who you are charging with paying for problems that were out of their control. And yes, there are high nitrates in my region, I'll certainly admit that, but due largely to karst geology, substandard wells, and of course nitrogen application. The farmers who applied that nitrogen all those years ago, 1970s and 1980s, and we've received just countless presentations at the Ag Committee on the nitrogen issue in southeast Minnesota. And fact of the matter was, I've sat on so many of these water resource committees, there was not one presentation that I hadn't seen multiple times. But to raid an account and make people pay for a problem who are not responsible for the problem is, in my view, it's unethical. I brought forward a solution to the problem, my Ag Water Quality Certification bill, that actually addressed the issue on the ground. So buying water, buying reverse osmosis, dealing with wells, it's not the responsibility of the people that you're raiding this fund for. So I would certainly support Representative Anderson's amendment here. Thank you.
The member from Roseau, Representative Burkle.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. You know, Chair Vang's comments just ring hollow to me, because improved production and improved water quality go hand in hand, folks. And especially in the case of nitrogen fertilizer, where every pound of fertilizer that is not used by the crop is lost to the groundwater. And that's the whole purpose of what AFRAC does. This is a program that was asked for by the agricultural sector, funded by the ag sector, and it works to improve fertilizer management for the benefit of all. And I would ask all members to support Representative Anderson's amendment.
The member from Isanti, Representative Johnson.
Mr. Speaker, members, I ask that you do support this amendment. This fund was set up by the farmers of Minnesota to help the farmers of Minnesota for education to all the farmers of Minnesota, not just the ones in southwestern Minnesota, all of Minnesota. There is no state dollars in this. This is the funds of the farmers for education for themselves, to learn better, to do proper management of the nitrates that they put on the ground. In the ag industry, with the cost of everything, they want to put as little as possible and only what is needed so we can have the food that we can eat. Now, in southwestern Minnesota, there's always been a problem down there. I've told this story before, I'm going to tell it again. When I was helping with my son's homework, a bank representative checking up on the ag loans in that area, in southwestern Minnesota, wrote in his diary in the 1850s how bad the water was back then because it was so dirty. Some of this is naturally occurring. But if we don't have this program across the entire state, we have a possibility of having the same issues across this state, like in southwestern Minnesota. This is a good program for all the ag industry in Minnesota, whether it's the southwest, the northeast, the northwest, central. the entire state. And it's the farmers from those communities that are paying for this fund, not the taxpayers of Minnesota. It's a program they set up for all the farmers, and not just a few. Please support the amendment.
Further discussion on the A42 amendment? Seeing none, the author of the amendment, Representative Anderson.
Thanks, Mr. Speaker. This is not the first time that the legislature has absconded money from a fund in the Department of Agriculture. Back in 2011, 2012, $1.2 million was taken from a fund called the ACRA Fund to help the government. But there's one big asterisk when we compare these two situations. In 2011 and 12, we had a deficit of $5.8 billion. Last year, we had a surplus of $17.5 billion. And yet we are taking money away from a farmer-funded program to go to another program that's going to be directed by the Department of Ag. I think this is, it's just plain wrong. And being this program is so well supported by those in agriculture, again, I would ask members to really think about this and compare the times that this was done before when we had a nearly $6 billion deficit. Today we're doing this with what once was a $17 billion surplus. So again, think about this before you vote, and it's a big deal to those in agriculture to keep control of the fund that they support and that they put the money into. And I would ask members to vote green on this amendment.
Seeing no further discussion, the clerk will take the roll. The chief clerk will call the members who are voting remotely.
Carroll.
Carroll, no.
Carroll, no. Hewitt.
Hewitt, no.
Hewitt, no. Cagle.
Cagle, no.
Cagle, no.
The clerk will close the roll. There being 60 ayes and 67 nays, the motion does not prevail. The amendment is not adopted. Now we move to Representative Kraft, the member from Hennepin, to explain the climate portion of the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. I figured I would start out with thank yous in case third reading comes a little bit late tonight. As a new member, one thing you learn pretty quickly is how important our staff is to what we do. And we have a phenomenal staff on the Climate and Energy Committee. Starting with our committee page, Natalie Wavra, our committee legislative assistant, Robin Mercer-Taylor, House Fiscal, Ashley Eng, House Research, Bob Eliff. We have great partisan staff, DFL Research, Eric Anderson, GOP, Mark Nisley, and the phenomenal committee assistant, Mike Molzon. Thank you all so much. So members, I'm excited to present this bill and pinch hit for Chair Acom. It builds on and helps implement the fantastic work of last year's bill that put us on the path to 100% carbon-free electricity by 2040 and net zero greenhouse gas emissions statewide by 2050. By the way, we also set up our Department of Commerce in our state to take full advantage of the Bipartisan Infrastructure Law and Inflation Reduction Act. I checked in with Commerce, and so far, $663 million has been awarded to Minnesota, and another $638 million has been applied for. And for non-state affiliated entities, what we know, and this is conservative, is that Minnesota entities have already been awarded or in negotiation for $2.5 billion. So great work. Now on to this bill. It focuses on a number of key areas. First, our grid, and specifically the superhighways of the grid, high voltage transmission lines. To hit our goals, we need to build more transmission capacity and take better advantage of our current capacity. One of the biggest provisions in this year's climate and energy bill is the Minnesota Infrastructure Permitting Act, which makes smart, targeted reforms in our permitting process to speed up our transition to clean energy sources, support Minnesota workers, and ensure we reach our 100% clean energy by 2040 goal. This House File 4700 is Majority Leader Long's bill and is a result of extensive stakeholder engagement initiated by the Public Utilities Commission. House File 3704 is my Grid Enhancing Technology bill, and that is about, about making better use of our existing transmission lines and quickly reducing congestion and costs for Minnesota ratepayers. Next, renewable energy, and specifically solar energy, which continues to get cheaper and cheaper. We've included Representative Carroll's House File 5171 to help local permitting authorities more quickly and cost-effectively provide city-level permits for solar. Chair Akam's House File 5097 interconnection bill instructs the Public Utilities Commission to tackle sources of congestion and roadblocks to adding more distributed energy to the grid. Another key area in the bill is buildings, and specifically how we heat them. As buildings generate 40% of our greenhouse gas emissions in Minnesota, decarbonizing buildings and heating is an increasing area of focus. I am especially excited about a set of geothermal bills that are included. Geothermal harvests heat or cooling from beneath the Earth's surface and uses it to provide a steady, sustainable source of carbon-free energy 24/7, 365 days a year. Representative Hemminson Yeager's House File 4688 directs the PUC to create a work group to explore ways to expand geothermal in Minnesota. Chair Akam's House File 4759 creates planning grants for local governments to help counties, cities, and towns figure out how to leverage geothermal for their own buildings. Representative Holland's House File 3949 provides a grant to Sabathani Community Center to install a geothermal heating and cooling system. And Representative Stevenson's House File 4423 updates the successful and bipartisan Natural Gas Innovation Act so that CenterPoint Energy uses at least 15% of its approved spending on thermal energy projects. Also in the area of building decarbonization, Representative Stevenson has another bill, House File 4574, that updates the Energy Conservation and Optimization Act from 2021, or ECO, to better handle and incent fuel switching. Representative Carroll's House File 3946 updates the impactful Commercial PACE program to make it easier for commercial property owners to access financing for energy savings projects by rolling it into property tax incentives. And then finally, in the area of waste, we've included Representative Holland's House File 3949 for a grant to Ramsey, Washington County Recycling to construct an anaerobic digester that can convert organic waste to energy. That, Mr. Speaker, is a summary of the climate and energy portion of the bill, and I look forward to discussion on it.
There's an amendment at the desk. The clerk will report the amendment.
Kraft moves to amend Senate File number 4942, the third engrossment as amended. The amendment is coded A1.
The member from Hennepin, Representative Kraft.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. A1 is just a technical amendment with some wording and program end date updates, and I'd ask for a yes vote.
Discussion on the amendment. Seeing none, all those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed say nay. The motion prevails. The amendment is adopted. There's an amendment at the desk. The clerk will report the amendment.
Mecklen moves to amend Senate File number 4942, the third engrossment as amended. The amendment is coded A7.
The member from Sherburne, Representative Mecklen.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The A7 amendment comes from some conversation we've had in the Energy Committee over the last few months. Partially the onset of finding out Microsoft is doing an AI data center, a very large power consumption. It's one of 3 we know of now coming in. All this simply does is ask Xcel Energy to provide a report on their IRP to if there's a repurposing ability with any of the existing baseload power, i.e. Retired coal plants. Xcel is on board with this. They have no issue with it, and I hope I can get a favorable call from Representative Kraft. Thank you.
Member from Hennepin, Representative Kraft.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you, Representative Mecklin, for the amendment. So I believe this is something utilities are typically doing at the point of permitting and in their resource plans, but it's a very reasonable request, and I urge a yes vote.
Further discussion on the A7 amendment? The author of the amendment? We will move on to voting then. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Anyone opposed? The motion prevails. The amendment is adopted. There's an amendment at the desk. The clerk will report the amendment.
Swazinski moves to amend Senate File Number 4942, the third engrossment as amended. The amendment is coded A9.
The member from Lyon, Representative Swedzinski.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, members. The A9 amendment is a pretty straightforward amendment when it comes to this last session we passed the ECHO bill. And part of that was allowing monopolies to do fuel switching. So in a sense, create incentives to offer homeowners, businesses to switch from their primary heating source, maybe that'd be like natural gas or propane or fuel oil, and allow them to target, allowing those organizations to target those types of customers in order to switch them from a natural gas, propane, or fuel oil, or other types of natural occurring fuels to an electric-based system. And so what this would do is just simply ask the IOUs to create a report that goes to the chair, the House, and the Senate, and just see what's going on exactly. What type of incentives they're using, how many incentives they're using, and then ultimately, what type of appliances are they taking out of use? Are they taking fridges? Are they taking water heaters? Just kind of what's going on out in the public. And this is kind of a transparency because these dollars in this ECHO bill were being used to by a monopoly to kind of take on other family-owned businesses. And we like to just kind of see what's going out in the public. And that's what the amendment does, and I'd appreciate your support.
The member from Hennepin, Representative Kraft.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and Representative Swedzinski. While we think that a lot of this stuff happens already, this is a reasonable request, and I would urge a yes vote.
Further discussion on the A9 amendment? Seeing none, all those in favor say aye. Aye. Anyone opposed say nay. The motion prevails. The amendment is adopted. There's an amendment at the desk. The clerk will record the amendment.
Swazinski moves to amend Senate File Number 4942, the third engrossment as amended. The amendment is coded A10.
The member from Lyon, Representative Swedzinski.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, members. The A10 amendment also, it kind of addresses some work being done in the co-ops. And from the cooperative electric standpoint, there's a lot of mandates also being passed on to them. And they have specific programs with fuel switching improvements, and particularly on how it would affect low-income households. It may be applied to utilities for their conservation spending requirement that would help them. It would kind of ease the use of the way those programs work for cooperatives. And I'd also appreciate a green vote. Thank you.
The member from Anoka, Representative Stevenson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, Representative Swedzinski, for the amendment, and I'm happy to recommend members take this to conference. I encourage a green vote.
Any further discussion on the A10 amendment? Seeing none, all those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed say nay. The motion prevails. The amendment is adopted. There's an amendment at the desk. The clerk will report the amendment.
Swazinski moves to amend Senate File Number 4942, the unofficial engrossment as amended. The amendment is coded A49.
The member from Lyon, Representative Swedzinski.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, members. The A49 amendment really treats pumping stations that are for oil lines and that out in other parts of our state the same way that we were going to be treating data centers and others. And so that when it comes to fuel efficiencies, when it comes to electric generation and the fuel inefficiencies that are gained, that we treat these pumping areas the same as we do large capacity, heavy use industries, because if we don't exempt these, then that extra burden of cost efficiency and energy efficiency is going to be passed on to other industries and other homeowners. And so this is kind of goes along the same line of what we're trying to do in other parts of this policy and just simply moves it into the pipeline area. And I'd also appreciate a green vote.
The member from Anoka, Representative Stevenson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, Representative Swazinski, for the amendment. I ask members to vote no on this amendment. Members, there's already a process for this at the Department of Commerce that utilities could pursue if they wanted to reduce their eco-savings goals, and I think that that's the process that people should follow. I also think that there's a desire here to encourage innovation in energy efficiency that this amendment subverts, and so I think that members should vote no on this amendment.
Further discussion on the A49 amendment. The author of the amendment, Representative Swazinski.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, members. I was hoping we could kind of continue the green dream here with some green votes on these amendments by the majority. I think it's unfortunate. This legislature has a responsibility. We can pass these responsibilities on to different organizations in our state government when it comes to when they do their filings. But here we can make a stand. These exemptions are already in place for other pumping stations across the state. They're already been put into the policies as their directives of these utilities as they're moving their electrical generation for fuel efficiency forward. I think we can make just a firm shake rather than having private industry going through the process of doing something that's already moving forward in different parts of the state, but to allow these to have the same exemption that we're treating other pumping stations throughout the state. And for that reason, I would ask for a green vote. I'd ask for a roll call.
Seeing 15-ish hands, there will be a roll call.
Thank you.
Seeing no further discussion, the clerk will take the roll. The chief clerk will call members who are voting remotely.
Carroll.
Carroll, no.
Carroll, no. Hewitt.
Hewitt, no.
Hewitt, no. Cagle.
Cagle, no.
Cagle, no.
Clerk will close the roll. There being 60 ayes and 67 nays, the motion does not prevail. The amendment is not adopted. There's an amendment at the desk. The clerk will call the next amendment.
Swazinski moves to amend Senate File Number 4942, third engrossment as amended. The amendment is coded A3.
Member from Lyon, Representative Swazinski.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, members. The A3 amendment is pretty straightforward. One of the biggest accounts that the Energy Committee deals with is the RDA funding, and that's the fund that is generated from the nuclear gas storage both in Monticello and down by Red Wing. And that fund, contributes about $30 million of ratepayer money into an account. And over the years, it's spent a lot of money over the years. I think over hundreds of millions of dollars that have went to different projects. And this amendment is really less about the particular projects that are laid out in spending, but the actual cost of electricity. So I think we've all seen from our different utility bills over the last few years a general increase when it comes to the cost of doing business here in Minnesota and cost of running our households. And especially if you're an Xcel Energy customer, those costs are not just the average cost. These are costs that are added to by this legislature. By adding the high cost of cash storage within the state, those dollars are coming directly out of businesses. Those dollars are coming directly out of schools. They're coming directly out of our homes and our families' pocketbooks. And this amendment just puts forward the idea that individuals and families and schools and businesses can spend the money much better than we can. I would argue, members, that it's awfully fun to have these projects built in our districts. It gives you something to put on our lit piece. It gives us something to talk about. But at the end of the day, we need to make a choice. This is a simple amendment that just takes a sliver of the RDA spending that's been spent over the decades and just puts it back into ratepayers' pockets. We can't take credit when a customer spends his own money. And I think there's a little bit of humility when it comes to an amendment like this that says, you know what? I think the business owner knows best. I think the family knows best. I think the school knows best on how to spend their money. The A3 amendment really focuses the dollars on folks that are already hurting, whether you're talking about gasoline prices, whether you're talking about food prices. Families are being hit. You would say, well, it's only $14 million, Representative Swedzinski. Only $14 million. This legislature can make a choice whether or not that $14 million is going to be better spent in the pocketbooks of those who are buying electricity, paying for books, trying to put gas in their car, or maybe even grab a Happy Meal for their kids. Or do 2 or 3 big projects. They're important. I'm sure they're important. This is not talking about those particular projects. It's just where we're putting our weight on. Is it digesters? Is it geothermal? Or is it families' pocketbooks? We're going to have other amendments after this that are going to go much further and I think are actually much better than this particular amendment. Representative Rarick is going to give you an opportunity to really make meaningful change in putting dollars back in the pockets of folks that are hurting because of policies at the federal and here in the state of Minnesota policy-making level. I get it. Let's just do what's right. Let's humble our shoulders. Let's bow our heads a little bit and say, you know what? Let's give our constituents a solid on this one. I ask for a roll call.
Seeing 15 hands, there will be a roll call.
And I ask for a green vote. Thank you.
The member from Hennepin, Representative Kraft.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you, Representative Swedzinski, for the amendment. So I'm going to ask for a no vote here. We heard bills in committee and made decisions on how best to invest the RDA money consistent with the program and the goals of the program. I don't want to, and what your amendment does is really takes away that investment for 2025 from what we had decided in committee. I don't want to simply change that with a last minute amendment, so I ask for a no vote.
Further discussion on the A3 amendment. Member from Itasca, Representative Igo.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'll just speak in support of this amendment. I think what we need to realize what we're going to be doing here is realizing that energy costs are rising in the state of Minnesota. So I think by adopting this amendment today and accepting that fact and making it very public for the constituents that are reaching out to all of us, regardless of what side of the aisle we sit on, that their energy prices are increasing. By accepting this amendment, we agree with them and are going to work for ways to bring that cost of energy down. Because if we don't take steps right now to bring that cost down, we're going to start seeing larger effects in the future. I encourage a green vote on this amendment.
To the author of the amendment, seeing no further discussion, the clerk will take the roll. Chief Clerk will call the members who are voting remotely.
Carroll.
Carroll, no.
Carroll, no. Hewitt.
No. Hewitt, no.
Hewitt, no. Cagle.
Cagle, no.
Cagle, no.
The clerk will close the roll. There being 58 ayes and 68 nays, the motion does not prevail. The amendment is not adopted. There's an amendment at the desk. The clerk will call the next amendment.
Rarick moves to amend Senate File Number 4942, the third engrossment as amended. The amendment is coded A4.
The member from Wright, Representative Rarick.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. So we have a really, really unique situation here in Minnesota. In fact, it's so unique that it's the only place in the entire United States that has a cask fee. Now, there are certainly other nuclear power plants around the country, and we are the only place in the entire nation that taxes the cask fee. Now, that goes all the way back to 1994, and if Lyndon Carlson was here, he'd tell you a very long story. I'm not going to do that. But I will tell you this. I live in one of the communities where the casks are stored. Monticello and Red Wing at Prairie Island are the two places that we have nuclear power plants. And in the Prairie Island facility, it's $500,000 per cask per year. That started in 1994. Later, Monticello was added at $350,000 per cask per year. Now, that may not seem like a lot of money, but over the years, as they continue to function and provide amazing power for us, carbon-free, 24/7 baseload power, the Prairie Island facility provides 1,100 megawatts per hour of power, which is a lot, by the way. The only one bigger in Minnesota is Sherco, our coal-fired plant, and that's 2,400 megawatts of power, which is, by the way, the largest in the Midwest. But that's not what we're talking about today. We're talking about a cask fee, a tax on those casks because they're stored at Monticello and they're stored at Prairie Island. And let's just look at what they've kind of added up to be over these years. So currently, now it varies because there's an 18-month cycle when they take the spent fuel out of the reactor, put it into the cooling pool, and then they take it from there, and then they put it into the cask. So it's about every 18 months or so. But right now, that the annual cask fee is approximately $30 million. That's $30 million that Xcel Energy ratepayers have to pay as an extra tax. But here's the thing. It has steadily been going up. And as we look to the future, it is so much worse. So when I talked to Xcel, and they told me that in 2026, because of these additional casks, it's going to be $43 million taken from Xcel Energy ratepayers, and I bet there's a lot in this room that have districts that are in Xcel Energy ratepayers territory. So that's $43 million. And then in 2028, just a few years down the road, it'll be $48 million of a fee that nobody else in the entire nation, nobody has this fee, this tax. It's excessive. And in fact, it's so excessive that yesterday, Xcel Energy announced something. Thought it was really timely and interesting. Just yesterday, they said Xcel Energy proposal would give automatic bill credits to households in low-income areas. It's so bad in Minnesota, it's so bad in Xcel Energy territories that those without means are really being hit hard. And how hard are they being hit? Well, the article says this. The average energy burden in Minnesota is about 2% of income. That's the average for Minnesotans. But those that are in the heavy burdened areas, which is where this pilot project is focused, is 8% of their income. Can you imagine paying 8% of your income just for energy? Just for electricity? And you know what, think about this. So as we're moving to an electrified system, right, that's the goal, right? Decarbonize everything, go to electric vehicles, you know, do electric, so if you do the geothermal heat pumps, that takes electricity to make it run. It doesn't run all by itself magically. So as we push towards these things, we're going to be consuming more electricity. And who's going to be hit the hardest are those with least means. So already, this is from a 2022 Commerce Department report, that it's disproportionately hitting people of color, and it's 8% is the average here in Minnesota from the last report. This article just came out yesterday from Xcel Energy, and it's so bad that that's what they're trying to do. But you know what? If we just did a step down, so that's what this amendment does, is it takes the money, that $14 million, and instead of giving it to special interests, it's just so interesting this year as I watched the Energy Committee and where that money is going. And I'm not going to get into it here because I got into it a few times in committee. But it's interesting to see where that money is going. It's interesting. It's really not to develop renewable energy, because that's literally the name of the account, the Renewable Development Account. We're not developing any new renewable energy. That's not what we're doing with $14 million. So what my amendment does is it takes that $14 million and it gives it back to the ratepayer. And then it does a step down. So in the next 5 years moving forward, the cask fee will be step down and step down and step down. Now I took into account, because there are obligations that we have. We've got the solar rewards program, we've got solar on public buildings, and all of those obligations are taken into account, and we can still step down and every year give more back to the ratepayer and give more back to the ratepayer until we finally cancel out the cask fees and actually be on par with the rest of the United States. So I have actually started conversations, because I know what the concern is. Listen, I live in a community that has a nuclear power plant. I know what the concern is. Prairie Island doesn't want any more cask fees stored on site. I can respect that. But you know what Monticello said to me? So I've had multiple conversations with the mayor of Monticello, and he said, it's fine, just bring them here. We started the conversation. I also talked to Xcel Energy, and they have talked about moving either the new casks that are being put together, move those from Prairie Island up to Monticello, so no new casks would go to Prairie Island, which is what they want, and even potentially moving what's there now. Now, this is just a conversation, okay? These conversations have been had off and on throughout the years, and my community in Monticello is willing to accept some of the spent fuel, more of the spent fuel from Prairie Island, so that all of those in the Xcel Energy ratepayer territory, a whole bunch of you in this room in your communities could see a reduction, an actual reduction in their electric bill. Here's another thing that I've heard multiple times, and I'm so glad that Representative Hornstein's on the floor, because I'm sure he'll get up and talk about this, because he has every other time. And this will be the last time, because he's retiring, and we're all so sad. But nonetheless, the spent fuel. So there are some amazing new designs coming forward, and one of them in particular of the nuclear designs, these new reactors, is the molten salt reactor. They are amazing. So molten salt uses different types of things that are in the salt form, and they're molten, obviously. But what they're able to do is run at much higher speeds, and they can actually take some of the spent fuel and process it and then be able to use the spent fuel. So wouldn't that be amazing, is if we can co-locate in the next 10 years after these have been proven and all of that, because they're in that stage right now. In fact, I'll tell you right. So I'm half Danish. So every time I see something about what Denmark is doing, I get pretty excited. So there's actually Seaborg Technologies in Denmark, and they have a 50 megawatt thermal compact molten salt reactor that they're working on. And they actually have a plan to recycle and reuse some of the spent fuel from a light water reactor nearby. So they're already in the development stages. So it's really, really exciting. And there's also that same development happening in Canada, in China, and right here in the United States. So this is not theory. This is actually, they're in design. And in fact, I have another article that the pre-licensing vendor design has been reviewed and passed back in 2023 for one of these. It's actually a small molten salt reactor. So this is happening, that's up in Canada. So these things are happening. This isn't just fantasy. This isn't just ideology. This isn't hopes and dreams and fairy dust. This is real. These are real things and a real possibility, and they're not that far into the future. So I would ask for a roll call, Mr. Chair. Speaker, I mean.
Seeing 15 hands, there will be a roll call.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I really would encourage you to support this and to actually have a real plan moving forward to give some substantial relief to those that can least afford it. Literally just yesterday, like I said, Xcel Energy announced this pilot project, and it's supposed to save families $450 on average per year. $450 is a lot of money to someone that's living paycheck to paycheck. So let's support those that can least support themselves, help actually reduce their energy cost, and vote yes on this amendment. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Speaker.
The member from Hennepin, Representative Kraft.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and Representative Rarick. Thank you for the amendment and for your discussion of energy burden. I think that's a real issue, and I would love to work with you on things like weatherization and expanding the LIHEAP program, which are really great ways of tackling that issue. On this amendment, I'm going to ask for a no vote. As this winds down the RDA, this may be a good discussion to have, but we should not make such a significant policy change to a key program with an amendment like this that has had no committee discussion. So please vote no.
The member from Anoka, Representative West.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And you know, I always get excited when we discuss nuclear energy here, because if we're serious, and this is what's so frustrating, if we're serious about addressing lowering carbon emissions, preventing global warming, working on climate change, well, we know nuclear is the answer. It's incredibly important because it is a base load power source. So when Representative Rarick brings an amendment that helps us, because for some reason, we make nuclear energy more expensive in our state. The feds do a lot to make it more expensive, but we add to that burden. This is carbon-free, base load power that if you want this transition to a carbon-free network, this is the way. This is the way. Listen to Baby Yoda. So when you look at what's spent in the RDA, it's so inefficient. It's, you know, if the goal is reducing carbon emissions, incentivizing residential solar, which honestly, I would love to have solar panels on my house. I genuinely would. I think it's very cool and the kind of, oh, I'm independent off the grid. But it's inefficient if your goal is to reduce carbon emissions. It is. If you're going to do solar, it should be done on a grand scale. And honestly, in Minnesota, we're not an ideal state. We live in a beautiful swamp that's quite cloudy. Wind, on the other hand, so we subsidize wind, we subsidize solar, we subsidize batteries with the goal of reducing carbon emissions for the purposes of resolving the climate change issue. But we are a tiny state of 5-some million people. We are a tiny little drop in the global bucket when you look at the real polluters out there in other countries. But if you get over that, if you're like, okay, well, we still should do our part, well, I would say saying, well, the federal government is what really is standing in the way of advanced nuclear power. But that doesn't mean we can't move the needle. Move the needle, particularly in just educating people about how safe the energy source is. So Representative Rarick's amendment is a beautiful thing because it works towards solving the #1 issue among especially your voters, but in younger voters as a whole. It's their top 3 issue. So if we're serious, we should do everything that we can to make nuclear energy more affordable. And in this state, for some reason, we make it even more expensive. And what I'd say to people who this is their #1 issue out there, it's, well, going down this dispersed solar route by making energy more expensive, nuclear energy more expensive, is the exact opposite of what should be done. It would probably lower more emissions to put that money into building more natural gas. Because as we've seen emissions go down in the United States, a large portion of that is from natural gas coming online versus green energy being built out. So members, I urge you to support Representative Rarick's amendment because nuclear energy is the carbon-free future. It is a beautiful thing that we should support, rather than doing these weird pet projects out of this fund that genuinely, objectively, if you look at the data, are not the best way to address our carbon emissions. So I'm trying to come from your perspective. This is how we can achieve the goals of lower emissions and slowly move the needle into a much brighter and cleaner future. So members, I urge you to support Representative Rarick's amendment.
The member from Lyon, Representative Swedzinski.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, members. You know, I rise in support of the Rarick amendment as well, and I would encourage a green vote by pretty much every member here. You know, I understand, you know, I appreciate the numbers that Representative Rarick shared with the body. Imagine a bill that if you vote green on will put almost in a few years, if you vote for it, will keep almost $50 million in the pockets of your constituents. Not statewide, but XL customers who are already admitted by this article that Representative Rarick talked about. The industry themselves is recognizing that the cost and the burden of state mandates and state add-ons is having a negative effect primarily in minority communities. Members, like, I get it. Economic development projects that we can put and talk about are fun. But at the end of the day, when we have to create programs to undo the damage that we, the legislature, are causing by inadvertently driving up the cost of electricity so that, you know, only government can think of this. Let's arbitrarily raise the cost of energy, and then let's make phone calls from our legislative offices saying, hey, we want UXL Energy to drop the cost of electricity in certain neighborhoods because it's damaging those families. Folks, Representative Rarick's amendment, quite frankly, is the type of work that we should be doing here as legislators. We need to get out of the way to allow members of the public, businesses, families, schools, to spend their money in the best way that they see fit. Whether it's raising taxes by $10 billion when we have a $17.5 billion surplus. What do we choose? Let's spend it. When we have an opportunity to cut Social Security taxes for another 350,000 elderly people in Minnesota, the governor, the leadership in the House and the Senate all said we need to get rid of Social Security taxes. We decide, instead of giving tax relief to 350,000 people that are collecting Social Security, we can spend that money better than you. And when it comes to the Rarick Amendment, the dollars that you are spending on your electricity is not enough. We need to add to the cost of electricity so that we can spend it better. Not the 3 million or 2 million or 1.5 million XL customers spend it better, but the 134 votes on this House floor. Whether it's tax increases, whether it's increasing the cost of electricity in our state, whether it's raising the cost of doing business through mandate, through taxes, and even today, we have a choice to vote green or red to drive down the cost of electricity for Minnesotans across the metro, across rural Minnesota, and say, you know what? We've already got renewable energy in this state. We've already developed it. Let's let our constituents develop their own budget. Let them spend the dollars that they see fit best. Let's put the decisions that they make above the decisions that we do. Folks, this is simple. We've been empowered, we've been elected by 43,000 people to represent the best interests. And I can tell you, if you lick your finger, put it up in the air, and say, which way is the wind blowing on this issue? Do we want to fund 2 or 3 or 4 or 5 projects? Or do we want to fund 1 million projects through the doors and the windows and the families and the small businesses that we all represent? 5 or 1 million? I'll stick with the 1 million. Vote green.
To the author of the amendment, Representative Rarick.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. So, the RDA has kind of become a little bit of a legislator slush fund. It's pet projects, it's things that isn't really renewable energy. And I was just looking at the spreadsheet, and just in 22, we had accumulated $82 million in this fund. We're not there anymore because all that was spent. It's funny to me because it's like, I really struggle to see what we spend it on that's anything that's actually developing renewable energy. Again, that's in the name of the account, renewable development account, and we're not really developing renewable energy. We're just not. It's, like I said, in 22, it had a balance of $82 million, and right now, it's about 20. And actually, now it's actually about 15 because we're spending about 14. So we've spent quite a bit of it, but it's not really been on renewable development. It's pet projects. We certainly can do without our pet projects around here, don't you think? And give it back to the Xcel Energy ratepayers. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Please vote yes.
Seeing no further discussion, the clerk will take the roll. Will the chief clerk call the members who are voting remotely?
Carroll.
Carroll, no.
Carroll, no. Hewitt.
Hewitt, no.
Hewitt, no. Cagle.
Cagle, no.
Cagle, no.
The clerk will close the roll. There being 58 ayes and 69 nays, the amendment is not adopted. The motion does not prevail. There's an amendment at the desk.
Igo moves that Senate File Number 4942 for the third engrossment as amended. The amendment is coded A8.
The member from Itasca, Representative Igo.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. So before us today in the A8 amendment is a way for us to really kind of take a stance of really trying to lead on energy policy, not only just in the state of Minnesota, but in our country and world. So what the A8 would do is that any dollars that we're going to be putting into projects that would subsidize or assist any wind, solar, or storage, 50% of those projects or materials that we'd be incentivizing have to be manufactured and made in the United States. So the reason for doing this amendment today is that if we are actually trying to get Minnesota towards a goal of being carbon neutral, we can't be looking at taking things from other parts of the world that are going to come with increased emissions. Right? So we talked about this a lot in committee. Minnesota makes up something like 0.002% of global emissions. And we've had arguments about then what's the point in us doing all of this? So I'll make the argument that if we really want to have Minnesota making a difference, then we actually need to be the difference. We can be the difference today by adopting the A8 amendment, by bringing back the domestic supply chain, by bringing back manufacturing and saying if we're going to be using taxpayer dollars to invest in wind, solar, and storage, those taxpayer dollars are going to go to American projects. They are going to be built here with good jobs, providing family wages under good environmental regulations, sourcing from safe and reliable places, instead of moving them out to the corners of our vision where the average person doesn't know where things come from. So this amendment would do a lot of good. I guess we'll leave it there for now, but I would like to request a roll call.
Seeing 15 hands, there will be a roll call.
Thank you.
The member from Hennepin, Representative Kraft.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you, Representative Igo, for the amendment. I do actually want to thank you because with this, you are really supporting President Biden's Inflation Reduction Act, right? Which, among other things, is increasing domestic content in the renewable energy sector. And I think that's a great thing. However, on this amendment, I'm going to need to ask for a no vote as it's really just not workable. I have no idea whether 50% is the right number and how that might impact Minnesotans. For example, Canadian solar manufacturer Helene operates a plant on the Iron Range and is also planning a factory in the Twin Cities. So with that, I would ask for a no vote.
Further discussion on the A8 amendment. The member from Morrison, Representative Schultz.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and interesting to hear from Representative Kraft as to why we wouldn't want to adopt this, and I guess I wanted to ask if Representative Kraft would yield.
He will yield. Representative Schultz.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Representative Kraft, I know you've been working on this here the last few years, so you mentioned that you're not quite sure if 50% would be the right number. Did you have a number in mind?
Representative Kraft.
Mr. Speaker, Representative Schultz, no.
Representative Schultz.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Perhaps it might be more. Perhaps we should be looking for even more domestic sourcing of our minerals and for the components that go into these sorts of things. So I'm wondering, would Representative Kraft yield?
He will yield. Representative Schultz.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Representative Kraft, wouldn't it be beneficial for us to at least adopt this so that we could take it into conference committee so that we could have a hearty discussion over exactly what that number is that should benefit Minnesota workers all across the state?
Representative Kraft.
Mr. Speaker, Representative Schultz, no, I think something like this would require more discussion like that. I doubt you even know what the right percentage number should be and how that would impact Minnesotans. So again, I think this is an interesting concept. It's something that the Biden administration is driving, and which I think is great, and but I would request a no vote.
Representative Schultz.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I find this a little bit interesting considering the tone of the debate on this underlying bill today. We heard the author of this bill, or at least the presenter of this bill, earlier tonight talk about how wind and solar are becoming oh so affordable. That's not happening, Mr. Speaker, except for subsidies. Except for subsidies from the federal and the state taxpayers. And so the idea that we should ensure that we're benefiting Minnesota workers, especially with an amendment like this, is fully in line, and it's fully in line with the values of the people of Minnesota. So I appreciate Representative Igo bringing this because we should be identifying some of these numbers. When it talks about subsidizing with our tax dollars certain facilities here in Minnesota and in the United States. So we should be identifying this. If we're going to hold to what Representative Kraft just said about the Inflation Reduction Act and the premises and the principles behind that, we should take a look at this. We should adopt this, and we should come to an agreement about how we're going to benefit Minnesota workers in this regard. Thank you, Representative Igo.
The member from Lyon, Representative Swedzinski.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to thank Representative Igo for this amendment. You know, I think it's quite frankly just spot on. members of this body, I think we've got a responsibility. We seem to be exceptionally concerned about where our electricity comes from. We're told that if a coal-fired plant generates electricity in North Dakota, that it's not produced here. And we should try to eliminate that from our energy portfolio for the state of Minnesota. We're saying, well, it's not here. It's not domestic. It's not generated here in our state. We need to generate renewable opportunities here in Minnesota. This amendment is simple. I think Representative Kraft spoke to it just absolutely perfectly, saying that is a goal of the Biden administration, to move as much of this production and as much of the general resource development and acquisition to on our shores, within our borders. Members, 50%, is that the right number? I'm guessing if we said it was 20% would be able to get a majority of Democrat votes, I'm guessing that Representative Igo would submit to that. Speaker, would Representative Igo yield for a question?
He will yield. Representative Swedzinski.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Representative Igo, I have a question for you. Would you be open to another number other than 50% as a requirement for this amendment if it was to get a little bit better bipartisan support?
Representative Igo.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and Representative Swedzinski. Yeah, we're open to have a conversation here. However, I think the right number that I think every Minnesotan should accept and understand is we should be saying 100%. But if there's a way that we can have a conversation and move this into the bill and go to a conference committee saying that this is going to be the House position, we'd be more than happy to have that conversation.
Representative Swedzinski.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, members. If we just deleted that part of the amendment, of the just specific number, to say, we'll bring it up in conference, get rid of the number and say 50%, 5%, 10%, just leave that area of the bill blank to let the conferees decide. I'm not sure if that would get this amendment across the board. I think I'd be open for it. I'm not sure. It's probably out of order to make an oral amendment to a bill like that. But I would say go with it when you're deciding to vote, green or red on this amendment. Go with it that we can empower Representative Kraft. We can empower other representatives that are going into conference that say, you know what, in the time that it takes, we've got 8 days left of session, or 9, or whatever it is, to make that decision, to go out and research. Representative Schultz talked a lot about why is it so cheap for renewable energy, whether it's solar or wind. Because of the federal subsidies, that's absolutely part of it. But Representative Franzen, I know, would speak to the fact that one of the reasons why it's so cheap is because we use slave labor to mine the products, to mine the copper, to mine the cobalt, to mine the gold, mine the silver. And we get to turn a blind eye. As Minnesota, we just get to say, you know what, that green dream that we get to dream about is some little kid's nightmare across the globe. Members, let's set a standard that we live by as legislators. Let's set a standard as Minnesotans that if we're going to be putting public dollars into that, all your bills are chock full of prevailing wage, union only. Let's have these jobs be strong and well paid. This amendment goes along that same line of saying, you know what, where we derive the products that go into these things, up and down the food chain matter. I can promise you, whether the copper is mined on the northern side of the Canadian border, that copper is going to be just as clean as the stuff coming down below in the state of Minnesota. That nickel that's buried deep, that's being mined on the north side of the Canadian border, is being mined in a safe manner. Let's do it here. We seem to be so concerned about the electricity generated across a state border. Let's be concerned about the minerals and the things that God gave us underground to be just as important to our national security, to our energy security, to the future of our energy production here in our state. It's fun to support green energy when we get to turn a blind eye to where it comes from. Let's face it head on. I think part of the reason why this amendment's not being supported is because they realize the extra cost that it might put on the Green New Dream here in the state of Minnesota. And why is that cost? Because where it comes from. Why is it cheaper? Why is it more expensive? Folks, the time is today. Let's stand and make a point and say, you know what? From this day forward, we're not going to rely on you, little Sri Lankan child. We're not going to rely on you, poor Congoan, to mine our cobalt. We're going to do the dirty business right here, where we can do it cleanly, more efficiently, more economically, fairly. I think it's Congolese would be the right word. Folks, the IGO amendment is about as foundational to the future of Minnesota, to the future of our energy production, as any of the other things we're going to do. Vote green.
The member from Anoka, Representative Scott.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you for this great amendment, Representative Igo. And I think it's reasonable. You're not asking for 100% domestic, you're asking for 50. But if you haven't read the letter that was on our desk, I happened to read through it. And in the middle paragraph, the big paragraph, the last sentence says, we cannot outsource our conscience nor our workforce standards as we move toward a sustainable energy future. We all know where these rare minerals are coming from. We've seen, at least I hope we've all seen, the pictures of these kids that have been enslaved, cutting their lives short so that we rich people across the way can have EV cars and our phones and our laptops. Let's get it started here. Let's get it started here. Let's let those children be children. I really do feel like we're going to be held to account one day for this. Vote green on the IGO amendment. It's the right thing to do.
The member from Chisago, Representative New Brindley.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I just have to say, this issue is one that really gets under my skin. And it's because we talk about being environmentalists in this state. If you are in opposition to this amendment, you lose the environmentalist card, because this is not about environmentalism, it's about NIMBYism. It's that you don't want it in our backyard. We have the highest environmental and labor standards in the world, let alone the country, the highest standards in the world. And so if you don't want this done here in Minnesota, it has nothing to do with environmentalism, because I assure you they are raping and pillaging the earth in other parts of the world where they are mining these precious metals. So if you don't want to do it here, don't call yourself an environmentalist. Call it what it is. You don't want it in your backyard. Because if you were an environmentalist, this is exactly where you would want it done. You would want it done knowing that it was being done up to the highest standards to protect our environment and to protect our workers. Bottom line, if you vote no on this, you are not an environmentalist, you are NIMBY, and you're a hypocrite.
To the author of the amendment, Representative Igo.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you to my colleagues on my side of the aisle for speaking to this. I really appreciate it. I was expecting actually we get a little bit more support than the other side when we're talking about making sure that we'd be doing things environmentally safe and secure. I want to tell a story and really try to impress about how important this is. Our world is connected. We all know about that. If we don't adopt this amendment, this is the path we're going to continue down. we're going to see nickel that is mined in a place like Indonesia by an oppressive government that is destroying the beautiful landscape, turning the oceans red, evicting people from their generational homes, putting them into poverty. They're then selling that nickel, usually to the Chinese government, where the Chinese government will take it to China, do minor processing, and then where does it go from there? It goes to Russia, where they'll refine it to another shape or form, and then they'll ship it around the globe to whoever needs it. Usually goes to Europe first, actually, where it'll be refined again, whether and what components we need, and then it'll finally arrive in the United States to where we'll use it for the products we use in our everyday life. So there's a lot to unpack there that I think I really want this whole chamber to let that sit in and think about. The first part, you're enslaving people around the world. You're destroying the environment. And destroying the environment in a way that you have no idea what it looks like unless I encourage you to look at pictures online and look at the damage that's being done. It'll never be able to be replaced. It'll be destroyed forever. It's then going to hostile foreign nations. When did we divest from Russia in this chamber? Was that 2 years ago? 2 years ago, we put that board 100% green to divest from Russia because of what they are doing. But we're still going to fund them because we're going to get all of our critical minerals from them. Shame on us. I did write this amendment at 50%. And I said earlier, we should be doing 100%. If we wanted to stand up and say Minnesota's going to lead the way, we're going to be the leaders on this, and we're not going to compromise because we need to stand up for what is right, we would say 100%. But I'm trying to come to the middle on this. Representative Kraft mentioned that this is an initiative by the Biden administration. This is true. I figured here it is. Here's a way that we can come together as Republicans and Democrats and make a difference, not just for the state of Minnesota, but for our country and our world. And the majority is encouraging a no vote. What is going on? This shouldn't be that hard to accept. In fact, we should all find it in ourselves that this is the right thing to do, to set the standard. Because I tell you what, if we do start mining these minerals here, that's why I'm wearing my copper nickel shirt and nickel jacket today. If we start mining those things here, we start manufacturing them here, we start distributing them here, we start recycling them here, that's how we're going to make a difference, members. That's how we're going to lift everybody up. That's how we're going to be able to produce energy that is affordable for all Minnesotans. We're going to attract jobs from around the country and around the world to be here, and we're going to stop the bad practices around the world. Right now, all we're doing with taxpayer dollars is funding the enslavement of children and the destruction of the earth outside the corners of our vision. And for what? Again, so we can pat ourselves on the back and say, well, Minnesota's decreasing emissions. We're doing a great job. We're not doing anything. We're not doing anything. So I know the majority is probably going to talk about how they're saving the planet and is going to put it on a lit piece and it'll be in the front page of the Star Tribune. I can almost guarantee it. But I hope that people pull back the page and can read about this conversation and can read about this amendment and then scratch their heads wondering why the majority in the Minnesota House wouldn't accept an amendment to make sure that 50% of the components in solar, wind, and storage were going to be manufactured and assembled here in the United States. Because then they're going to have a lot of questions to ask. And I hope you're ready with a good answer, besides saying, we don't know how this would be implemented. It would be really hard. Yikes. That's not leadership. Leadership is standing up when something's hard. Leadership is standing up when you need to do the right thing. Members, this is the right thing. And I'm more than willing to meet with whoever is going to be in conference on this and find a way to at least get some language like this added in the bill. And I really encourage everyone. I want to thank Representative Scott for mentioning the letter that's all in front of everybody right now. Read that letter from members in my district and across northeastern Minnesota. It hits the nail on the head right there why we need to support things like this. This is important stuff, and we need to start taking it seriously. So I'm going to watch that board today, and I'm going to hope that it's a bipartisan board and it goes on today, regardless of what the encouragement was from the majority. Because I think deep down we all know this is something that we have to do. Vote green.
Seeing no further discussion, the clerk will take the roll. Will the clerk call the members who are voting remotely?
Carroll.
Carroll, no.
Carroll, no. Hewitt.
Hewitt, no.
Hewitt, no. Cagle.
Cagle, no.
Cagle, no.
Clerk will close the roll. There being 61 ayes and 65 nays, the motion does not prevail. The amendment is not adopted. There's an amendment at the desk. The clerk will call the amendment.
Igo moves to amend Senate File Number 4942, the third engrossment as amended. The amendment is coded A5.
The member from Itasca, Representative Igo.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. So the next amendment I'm going to offer the chamber here today kind of goes off what Representative Rarick was talking about earlier. This is going to allow for an advanced nuclear study of technology. We need to diversify our energy portfolio. I've been hearing from constituents across my district for the last year now about rising energy costs. We need to have an all-of-the-above energy approach. I think that's the biggest thing that's missing in our conversations when we talk about eco and we talk about moving Minnesota towards, carbon-free, carbon-renewable standards, all of this. We're missing the fact that energy demand is steadily increasing. I mean, we can look at this through multiple ways. We're 106,000 housing units down, right? So we put 106,000 houses into Minnesota. What's the electrical demand just from that? We've passed legislation to incentivize electric vehicles. What's the demand of that when you start putting electric vehicles in every person's driveway? What's the electrical demand when you start advocating for more electric-sourced heat pumps and geothermal? The demand will continue increasing. When you talk to some of the country and the globe's best energy experts, we'll just go to MISO, we'll keep it regional. MISO even says, even in a fully solar and wind based energy economy, you're still going to need natural gas to get you up in the morning and put you down to sleep at night. So, this amendment in front of us would open up the ability to study advanced nuclear, because it is an option that we need to be considering. And this is an attempt at me trying to compromise with the majority. Because if I wanted to come here and just remove the nuclear energy moratorium so that we could get to work on this even faster. I understand that the appetite isn't there yet, so I wrote this language instead, figuring this is the way we can compromise. Because this is the kind of language that's actually getting talked about. I can't mention the other chamber. I almost messed up. Yikes. But we can take a stance here today and work on this. We can bring this sort of energy portfolio to Minnesota. Again, goes back to the prior amendment I was talking about. Minnesota can lead. We can take a stance and say we're going to start investing in this type of technology to bring down energy costs, to provide higher paying jobs that are going to bring more families to Minnesota. And the best part about it is when you lower the cost of energy, not only do you lift everybody up, you provide a new level of prosperity. What's really interesting to me is that when we were starting to electrify the nation, one of the biggest things we realized, and economists realized, is that the best way to lift a country or people out of poverty is lower their cost of energy. Very well studied. You can read papers, books on it, whatever it may be. In fact, that's what we're doing in sub-Saharan Africa, is trying to get as much energy transmission out there to lift people out of poverty. Because then they can make more energy-conscious decisions and invest in their families and invest in themselves, and it lifts a whole people out of poverty so they can prosper. But what we're seeing in Minnesota now with the legislation we've adopted is that we're only prioritizing in two forms of electricity, in solar and wind. And if you reflect back in my last amendment, what I was talking about is that if we lose that supply chain or those costs increase, they're going to be passed on to the consumer. They're going to be passed on to the consumer in installation prices, and that will increase their cost of electricity. Again, members, we're all getting calls and emails about how expensive it is to raise families in Minnesota right now. There was just a CBS article that the average Minnesotan is spending $13,000 more a year to do this, to meet at the same level they were the year before. So let's take a stance and accept this advanced nuclear technology study and find ways to diversify our energy portfolio, to have an all-of-the-above energy approach, a place where we can have lower energy prices that's lifting people out of poverty, providing high-paying jobs, and giving Minnesotans stability. Because I think if we don't start doing something like this soon, we're going to be very threatened by what's coming next. We have very energy-intensive industries here in the state of Minnesota, whether it be logging, whether it be mining, whether it be manufacturing, whether it even be ag. If the cost of energy increases too much, it'll force those types of businesses to leave. That is if the taxes and everything else doesn't get them first. This is serious stuff. If we start losing some of the largest industries in our state because our energy costs are too high, that's going to be something we can't replace. We're already starting to see this issue with the decommissioning of our coal plants. In Itasca County, the Boswell Energy Center makes up over 20% of the county's tax base and almost half of the school districts. You don't just replace that overnight. Well, we tried as a legislature, but the governor didn't support it, and it was ran out of town because no one wanted to step up and do any permitting reform. So we lost out on that. And the reason I bring all that up is because that's how close we can be to having a way larger problem on our hands. We need to have a diversified energy approach. And frankly, it's archaic that we aren't even allowed to do this stuff right now as it is. So I'm asking the majority, meet me in the middle, let's do this study and find out. Let's do a fact-finding mission and bring it all back together. When we're back sitting in this chamber a year from now, we can talk about taking that next step. With that, Mr. Speaker, I'd like to request a roll call.
Seeing 15 hands, there will be a roll call.
And a request a green vote.
The member from Hennepin, Representative Kraft.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you, Representative Igo, for the amendment. So you talked about cost of energy. So there may be many reasons to consider nuclear, but cost generally hasn't been one of them. It's been very expensive and of taking unknown amounts of time. I am going to ask for a no vote, not primarily for that reason, but also for the fact that this is taking money from a good new program we're putting in place, and we don't want to do that. There also are many studies out there on advanced nuclear. The federal government just did one in 2023, so I think there's plenty of information for us to glean from some of these studies. So with that, I'm going to ask for a no vote.
The member from Anoka, Representative West.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I hate when people say this, but I wasn't going to pop up and say anything because I thought maybe this would actually be accepted, because it's just a study to examine something that would make a foundational difference in a carbon-free future. So if you look at small modular nuclear reactors being deployed basically everywhere but our wonderful country, you see something that is safe, eminently dispatchable, clean baseload power. You know, Democrats should be all over this. They should be preaching from the rooftops, especially when you compare it to other clean energies, like solar is, well, sure, it's maybe cheaper, well, definitely cheaper than nuclear, but it's not sustainable in terms of baseload power. We couldn't possibly build enough batteries, and even with $1 trillion, we couldn't build enough batteries to make solar into baseload power. So just studying this is a no-brainer. France, 74.5% of their grid is nuclear. If the entire developed world followed that mindset and deployed that, emissions would crater. So if our goal is lowering emissions, I know you've heard this before, this is the direction. This is the direction that doesn't result in mass death. Nuclear power, clean, safe, baseload power. And while this amendment does focus on small modular reactors, just recently in France, there was a fusion experiment that generated plasma at 90 million degrees Fahrenheit. 90 million degrees Fahrenheit. Now that is an insane amount of energy. An insane amount of energy. This is the direction. This is the future. And the most frustrating thing in the world is this is something that we should be able to agree on, but somehow isn't agreed on. It's shocking because this is the route to lower emissions that you can find broad support for, but instead we do inefficient things like prioritizing residential solar, which again, would love solar panels on my house, but as far as state investment to make energy less expensive and cleaner, that is not the route. We know the route. This is a very simple amendment. Representative Igo is spot on. Let's at least investigate what the rest of the developed world is doing right, and we just can't seem to figure it out. So members, I urge a green vote.
The member from Crow Wing, Representative Davis.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Representative Kraft, I would argue that we can't afford to not do this study. And that's what the Igo amendment does here. Thank you, Representative Igo, for your amendment. We're talking about a study. A study, as my colleague Representative West already pointed out, that France has already figured out and is doing a good job. No, we can't afford not to do this study. Nuclear energy, I believe, will revolutionize our clean energy power grid because, as I hear over and over and over, isn't that the goal? Clean energy. And the majority party seems to think that wind and solar is the only answer to that point right there for clean energy. Wind and solar. Well, I guess you did allow hydro power, correct? Yeah. I'm new here, so I'm catching up. Wind and solar, which runs on its best day, because I pay attention, around 25%. Sometimes higher, a lot of times lower. 75% of our grid is running off of coal, nuclear, and natural gas right now. And I can recall my first year in committee sitting in on energy and climate, that we had expert testifiers in the room talking about how we're going to go completely carbon neutral or carbon-free clean energy by the year 2040. And we asked the question, with the technology we have today, we're going to have to be able to store energy. What technology exists to be able to store that energy that we're going to need? And the expert testifier said that technology does not yet exist. And who knows if it will ever exist, because we don't know. But yet right here, this common sense amendment, Advanced Nuclear Technologies Study, could solve the problem, or at least be a big portion of helping solving the problem. Because we got a big problem on our hands, folks. By 2040, everything's supposed to be operating on wind and solar. And no one seems to be clear on how we're going to get there. France is figuring this out. I think it's time for Minnesota to catch up and lead when it comes to this. We need affordable energy. We need reliable energy. We need safe energy. I'm going to read you a quote. This is not my quote. It's a quote from someone else, and I'll tell you who it is after I read it. Climate change threatens many of the things we love most about our state, which is why we're going to lead Minnesota to 100% clean electricity by 2040. Quote from the Lieutenant Governor. By 2040, clean energy. But I would argue that it's really not clean energy, solar and wind. As many of you know, because I've told the story, I have a family member who lives out in Wyoming and works at a huge sanitary landfill. About 4 or 5 years ago, he told me the story of how these wind turbine blades are piling up. They have mountains of them in the sanitary landfill made out of fiberglass. How well does fiberglass break? Should I ask someone to yield? No, I won't. How long does it take for fiberglass to break down? And then I was told in Climate and Energy Committee, oh no, we're recycling them. So after that committee, I called up that family member and said, hey, are we recycling? Are the mountains still there? No, they're gone. And I thought, oh good, we're recycling them. No, we're not recycling them. We're now burying them in the ground so people can't see them. They ain't gonna get dug back up. There's your clean energy, folks. Wind turbine blades made out of fiberglass being buried all over in the ground to never break down. Well, maybe, I don't know, maybe over 10,000 years or so. We don't know. Oh, the solar units, the solar fields. Yeah, I just read a story how, was it in Texas? A huge hailstorm hit one of those, and now all the chemicals leaked out into the ground. Damaged the whole field of them. That sounds like real clean energy. And let's not mention how the process they have to go through to make those solar panels. China is laughing at us, folks, because they tried this stuff years ago and figured out it doesn't work. They're laughing at us because they're making a whole lot of money, us buying into wind and solar. They're making a lot of money off of the United States of America and off of the United States of America and Minnesota government subsidizing this stuff. They're laughing all the way to the coal plants. Not the solar fields, not the wind farms. They're laughing all the way to the coal plants because they're building coal plants at an unprecedented rate right now because they know they work. China. Can we please bring some common sense back to this body when it comes to true clean energy? Let's start by passing the IGO amendment. Please vote green. Thank you.
The member from Wright, Representative Rarick.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. So let's just bring this back to what we're doing here. This is really a small ask, really. I mean, we're taking $300,000. That's it, $300,000. It's a general fund appropriation. We're taking it from supporting a software program that's already free, so I'm not sure why we're paying money to do something with a software program that's already free. Taking $300,000 and just studying the issue. And for every single person in here that is adamant and excited and really wants to see that we have affordable, reliable, and safe energy, I would encourage you to take one trip. There is one trip that will actually change your ideas, your thoughts, your knowledge base, which is the most important part, about nuclear. I've taken 2 trips already, 2, to Idaho Falls. So what's in Idaho Falls? The National Energy Laboratory, so the Department of Energy. And guess what the Department of Energy is doing? They are developing advanced reactors. And they're listen, I had dinner with one of the top nuclear scientists in the United States and probably in the world. It was the best dinner I've ever had in my life. It was amazing. We talked about micronuclear. So this is a unit that is in development, being studied right there in Idaho Falls. And it's so small and so safe, you can put it on the back of a semi-truck trailer. And they're going to do that, and then they're going to take it up to Wyoming, I believe it is, where they've got a shuttered plant. It's between 5 and 10 megawatts of power per hour, which, that would power a Walmart, maybe 2, maybe the Walmart and the gas station. But when we looked at their designs, they used that to do what? To power electric vehicles. That was one of their incorporated plans. And guess who else is involved in this micronuclear project? DOD, so the Department of Defense. Why do you suppose the Department of Defense would be interested in an incredibly safe, incredibly efficient micronuclear plant? Every single military man in this room knows exactly why. Fast, quick deployment to wherever it needs to go to power whatever it needs to power. And I'm not going to say any more because every military man in here knows what that means, or military woman, if there's a few of those in here. This is national security, national defense. And guess what? When the Department of Defense develops something, it eventually helps the whole commercial market. It's an amazing thing that happens. Military designs something. In fact, I remember one time I was there in Idaho Falls, and they had these they were not even a solar panel. They were kind of a solar panel, but it was more of like a big sheet of paper that rolled out. Guess who they were developing it for? The military. So that's just one. So that's micronuclear. Then you've got, Representative West was just talking about small modular nuclear. So these are really cool because they're modular. It's right there in the name. That means you can manufacture the vast majority of the plant and put them in pods. And so you connect them together and serial them together. If you need 300 megawatts of power per hour, you just add it on until you get there. And there's somewhere between 30 and 50. So you just keep adding on. And those are already in licensing. Last time I talked about this, there were 19 different companies that had applied for looking at licensure for that. And then you've got these so those are mostly light water reactors. That's like what we have in Monticello. It's like what we have down in Prairie Island. It's just a very simple design. But then you've got the molten salts, which is what I talked about earlier. That's a really, really high temperature because it's molten, right? So it's also incredibly safe. So there's that design. Then you have the trisome. So it's called the pebble design. And why is the pebble design cool? Because my great uncle developed the pebble design back in the 50s. And they're revisiting my great uncle's design, the pebble design, which is a completely different design of nuclear. And they're reimagining it and redeveloping it. And that's what I sat next to this gentleman, this nuclear scientist, the best one in the world, sitting right next to me in Idaho Falls. And I said, do you know who Farrington Daniels is? And he goes, of course I know who Farrington Daniels is. And I said, well, that was my great uncle. And he goes, well, we're rethinking his design. The Daniels Pile, it was called. I'm not making it up. You can look it up for yourself. There are so many designs out there, more than I have time to talk about, but we can't talk about any of them. We can't entertain any of them. And I'll tell you, Xcel Energy does have interest in this because we are moving in that direction. This is just a study. It is a small expense, $300,000, that's it. We're taking it from I don't even know why we're spending money on a free software program in this bill, but that's where we're taking it from, and reappropriating it so we can actually have a nuclear study. So members, please vote green on this. This is common sense. This isn't fairy dust. This is real stuff. This is an interesting field of study, and we should certainly know more about it. And if you haven't been to Idaho Falls to go to the National Energy Laboratory, it's got to be on your bucket list. You've got to do it in the next 2 years because you'll be blown away. And they do a whole lot more than just nuclear. They do a lot of different things. In fact, like green algae, they're turning it into biodiesel and all kinds of things. So if you're interested in anything with energy development, you absolutely have to go see them. But they are the tip of the spear developing some of these nuclear things. Please vote green on the IGO amendment.
The author of the amendment, Representative Igo.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you again to my colleagues for speaking to this. I really do appreciate it. One of the things that was said was talking about how, we need the money for other things. Members, it was 5 hours ago that we voted to spend the same amount of money to make a statue. I'm asking for the same amount to hopefully put us on a better path for the future of Minnesotans. Statue, energy future of Minnesotans. I think I know which one the average Minnesotan wants us to pick. I think I know the one that the majority of Minnesotans want us to pick. The reason we need to accept this amendment today is because if we look at the energy policy that's been legislated the last couple of years in Minnesota, we've picked winners and losers. And the opposition I'm hearing to doing this is because, well, nuclear can be more expensive, and it can be, we don't know the science on that, we don't know this. But yet, at the same time, we know negative things about solar, wind, and storage, but we just choose to ignore that part? So we know that solar, right, 96% of the market share of solar ingots and wafers come from China in a process that's really dirty, and there's lots of carbon emissions. We don't have any sustainable way to build them. They come here. There's no real way to recycle them, so we have to grind them up and put them in a landfill. I see a lot of negatives there. Representative Davis talked about the negatives of wind. Not to mention, again, inside all of those is tons upon tons of critical minerals that are being shipped around the globe in ways that I've already talked about tonight. And storage in itself isn't sustainable. Batteries need to be recycled, tore down, replaced. So there's negatives to all of this. Yet the majority has chosen, in the legislation that's in front of us, that those will be the three that we are going to succeed with. Maybe that's why they say majority rules. But when do we say majority rules isn't what's best for every Minnesotan? I think I said last week, the decisions we make in this chamber, the decisions we make while we sit in these chairs are going to be here longer than us and longer than we're sitting in these chairs. They're going to affect the generations after us and long after us. So when we're talking about a state budget, when we're talking about $300,000, we're talking about less than a drop in that bucket. And by accepting this amendment today, we can finally start doing the research necessary to start finding ways to bring this sort of renewable energy that has the capacity to provide our grid and keep Minnesotans safe with affordable, with reliable power. And this is the kind of power that would spur more economic development in Minnesota. Members, it's a way that the world's going. I'm not going to deny that. But if you could say, hey, Minnesota's got carbon neutral energy, and oh, by the way, we've got the base load to do anything from a small business to a, tens of thousands of people working in a manufacturing company or building something. Maybe it's building the technology of the future, which I'm going to make my plug again. From critical minerals mined on the Iron Range, manufactured here in Minnesota, distributed through the Twin Cities or the Twin Ports, around the country and around the globe, all to be brought back here, recycled, and remanufactured all over again. You can't have any of that without reliable and affordable power. And we're going to need nuclear to get there. So instead of picking winners and losers, instead of just saying it's going to be these three things and that's it, let's open our minds and perspectives. Again, this amendment is an attempt by me to reach into the middle with a compromise. I've already said, I wish we would just get rid of the moratorium. Let our IOUs, our munis, our co-ops, whoever they may be, do what they think is best for the people that they support. We have a moratorium, and that's something I'm going to continue to work on. I know I have colleagues on this side of the aisle that are working with me on that. But here's the compromise. Come with me on this. Let's vote green. For the price of a statue, we could make a difference to the energy future of Minnesotans. Please vote green.
Seeing no further discussion, the clerk will take the roll. The chief clerk will call the members voting remotely.
Carroll.
Carroll, no.
Carroll, no. Hewitt.
Hewitt, no.
Hewitt, no. And Cagle.
Cagle, no.
Cagle, no.
The clerk will close the roll. There being 61 ayes and 66 nays, the amendment does not prevail. The amendment is not adopted. There's an amendment at the desk. The clerk will report the amendment.
Lizagard and Spazinski move to amend Senate File Number 4942, the third engrossment as amended. The amendment is coded A6.
The member from St. Louis, Representative Listlegard.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And before I forget, because I normally don't do this, I'll ask for a roll call.
Seeing 15 hands, there will be a roll call.
Holy cow, that looked like bipartisan support there. This is a pretty simple amendment. It establishes a coordinated project plan for the DNR and the MPCA. It will ask the agencies for any project that requires an environmental assessment worksheet or an environmental impact statement to communicate early in the process on plans on how they proceed efficiently and transparently throughout the permitting process. Updates on the permit project and deadlines will be put in place for both project proponents and the regulatory agencies. This amendment was vetted by both the DNR and the MPCA and supported by the Minnesota Chamber of Commerce and the Union Trades, along with RAMS and other organizations. I want to give a shout out to my co-author, Representative Sawinski, who has done a really good job, and I really appreciate all your support on that. This is not cutting anything, shortening or circumventing the process. What this is a coordinated plan just to make sure everybody's on the same page and they're communicating with between agencies. So it's not over the top, it just makes things more efficient. That's all it does. And I know that I have colleagues, maybe on both sides, I don't know, that have concerns about this. I just want to assure them that we are going to continue to do the right thing the right way in the state of Minnesota. And I would ask for your support. Thank you.
The member from Lyon, Representative Swazinski.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, Representative Listagard, for this amendment. I think it's a good one. I think whenever we can expand the efficiency of state government when it comes to interacting with it, when it comes to business and mining, and pretty much any type of project affecting cities and states and jobs and families is a good thing. While this bill starts a conversation in whole, I believe that conversation needs to go a lot deeper and a lot farther. Representative Listagard's amendment does continue that and expand that conversation to see how that state government can work more efficiently. One of the things we do here over and over again is the long, lengthy process of how these projects take. We just had a biodiesel project down in southeastern Minnesota that essentially got started in a city in Representative Schumacher's district, but because of the heavy burden when it comes to environmental review, as we've heard again, moved to South Dakota. So if we're trying to stay competitive, if we're trying to gain jobs, we need to make real reform when it comes to the lengthy process. This is a very targeted area to help with mostly lines and electrical lines, but just coordinating the efforts between DNR and PCA is at least a start to start this process, not just for the particular areas that we happen to like, but the areas in industry that we need. And I thank Representative Listagard for this amendment, and I would ask for your support as well.
The member from Itasca, Representative Igo.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I was wondering if Representative Listagard will yield for a question.
He will yield. Representative Igo.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Well, based on the hands that came up in this chamber to request a roll call and support, it's looking like it's going to be pretty bipartisan. So I was wondering if Representative Listagard would consider removing the roll call.
Representative Listagard. There is a roll call requested, yes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I was asked that people wanted a roll call, that they wanted to be on record. I did speak with your lead on the other side, and they understood that I was going to ask for a roll call. That wasn't the intent in the beginning, but when it was asked, I'm a man of my word, and so I went both, and I apologize that the roll call was. I didn't want to, but individuals wanted it, so that's why.
Representative Igo.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Yeah, I just wanted some clarification on that because it looked like we're going to have a pretty green board for this today. So appreciate the fact that we're moving this amendment today. And yeah, let's vote green.
All right, seeing no further discussion, the clerk will take the roll. Will the chief clerk call the members who are voting remotely?
Carroll.
There you go.
Carroll, no.
Carroll, no. Hewitt.
Hewitt, yes.
Hewitt, aye. Cagle.
Cagle, aye.
Cagle, aye.
The clerk will close the roll. There being 83 ayes and 38 nays, the motion prevails and the amendment is adopted. Now I recognize the member from Anoka, Representative Stevenson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, members. Happy to just give a brief outline of the commerce finance portions of the bill. We had a commerce policy bill that came through that showed a good chunk of the work of the Commerce Committee this year, but we do have some finance provisions here, including some proposals from the governor's office related to the Department of Commerce and the Office of Cannabis Management, including some really phenomenal work that Representative Elkins has done on data privacy, data security, and then, of course, the majority leader's proposal to seek a waiver on a public option. The governor's proposal is, I think, got some great provisions in it that support one of the best agencies we have in state government, the Commerce Fraud Bureau. This bureau goes after white-collar crime across the state of Minnesota. They do a great job. I've worked with them in my other life as a prosecutor, and I'm a big fan of their work. We also eliminate a fee that's charged when people want to challenge a coverage denial and get the Department of Commerce to help them with a coverage denial. So I think it's great that we're able to remove that fee at a relatively low cost. The governor's Cannabis Management, Office of Cannabis Management proposal largely involves interactions between different state agencies as we move pieces into this new state agency. Then we have, of course, Representative Elkins' phenomenal bill on data privacy, data security, and the amount of work that Representative Elkins has done to bring this bill to this point, the level of consensus that he's achieved to deliver a really nation-leading privacy proposal is absolutely commendable, and I'm so excited that we're going to get this done this year. And of course, the majority leader's proposal related to the public option and seeking a waiver from the federal government is a critical step in the process to make sure that all Minnesotans have access to affordable, high-quality health care. So looking forward to a good discussion on these proposals today.
There's an amendment at the desk. The clerk will report the amendment.
Bonner moves to amend Senate File Number 4942, the third engrossment as amended. The amendment is coded A56.
I recognize the author of the amendment, the member from Hennepin, Representative Bonner.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you, members. The amendment that's before you, I'll just outline briefly what it does. It adds two definitions: the definition of minor, meaning anyone under the age of 18, and the definition for likely to be accessed by a minor. Then it specifically sets out and says that we should set the highest level of data privacy by default for minors and children up until the age of 18. And it clarifies briefly what that means. So let's talk about why that matters. Why bring this amendment? Now, many of you are familiar with the fact that I have been the author of the Minnesota Kids Code, which goes significantly farther. Not only does it have some of the major data privacy provisions, but also things around product safety, making sure that we're designing better, safer products by default. But for today, I brought a very tailored, very narrow amendment to the table that simply says, in the bill, we cover children up until the age of 13. But really what it asks is, why stop at 13? Why would we not want to give the highest level of data privacy all the way up until the age of 18? In 1998, COPA came to be. COPA is the gold standard that everyone refers to on why we should allow anything or up to 13, right? Or after 13. Now, I will tell you, in a recent article, it says it all. Silicon Valley says kids over the age of 13 can handle the big bad world of social media. Experts say that's the result of a problematic 1990s internet law. One of the authors of the bill on the federal level, Senator Ed Markey of Massachusetts, one of the law's original authors, said initially he wanted COPA's age limit to be 16. He told the Wall Street Journal in 2019 he knew 13 was too young at the time, but it was the best he could do. The best he could do, members. And that was in the 90s, before online products, before social media evolved to the level they have today. Now, I know that that law is currently being discussed on the federal level for revision. Because including at the federal level, they know that 13 is not adequate to protect our kids or our minors. And I know that everyone in this chamber loves our kids. I know that. But I also know that everyone in this chamber who knows a teenager knows them better than the federal COPA law. Everyone in this chamber knows their kids, right? They know their youth. And if you know your kids, I ask you, do you think 13 is sufficient? Do you think we shouldn't have higher levels of data privacy protections all the way up to age 18, the age of consent? But let's ask, why do the companies want us to default to 13? Is it just because COPA exists on the federal level? Oh no. Let's think about this for a brief moment. 13 is the age set out by COPA. But the reality is that social media companies and online product manufacturers understand that there is money to be made off of our kids. And how do they make that money? They do it through data. They collect data on our kids, they store it, they use it to target our kids, they use it to track them, they use it to monitor them or monetize them before they've even reached the age of consent, which according to the World Health Organization is 18. And quite frankly, let's talk about what that translates to. Profit. It's all about the profit. And big tech and their shadowy organizations that represent them, their little umbrella groups, will sit in a committee and talk about red herrings and throw up smoke and mirrors to obfuscate what's actually going on. That they are becoming the big tobacco of today. And why do I say that? Because they know what they're doing. They know they are profiting off our kids. They know they're making money off of that data. They know that they are monetizing those kids before the age of consent. And they don't care. They don't care because they know internally they have the data that says that this is hurting our kids. Frances Haugen, the whistleblower, came to this body, to this Capitol, to talk about how they internally know that features and functionality are hurting our kids. They know what's happening. But let's get to brass tacks on why 14 to 18 matters. Anybody who came to committee or heard about that bill heard from a young woman. Her mother, Sharma, did everything right. The big tech companies want to tell you, you know what, just cut your kids off. Don't let them have a cell phone. Don't let them be on the internet. Don't do any of that. Because God forbid, we don't want to make any improvements to make our products safer. We don't want to protect the privacy of your children to keep them safe. But she did everything right. She withheld the cell phone. She monitored her child. She kept her daughter from getting on social media at an early age. When she finally let her on, she monitored everywhere she went and everything she did. Remember, she did everything right. But you know what happened? It just so happens that these products were able to go to this young woman. There was a gentleman, 27 years old, came in and pretending to be a teenager. Through the data, he was able to lure her, track her, abduct her, and traffic her for a month. The only way she got out of being trafficked was because she had an incredibly smart mom who took matters into her own hands. Or that poor young woman would probably still be trafficked today. And I just want to read you something that she said in her testimony. She said, by the age of 14, older men, strangers to me, began appearing as suggested friends on Facebook and other platforms. Naively, I accepted their requests, unaware of their intentions and blind to the dangers ahead. What followed was a period of grooming by older individuals, a time during which my life took a turn from everything familiar, my family, my friends, and the safety of my home. And then she goes on to say, and here I am, declaring with all of my might, this should not, cannot be the reality for us kids. These predators were able to use the data on this young woman to contact her, to traffic her, to abduct her. She was 14, just 1 year older. So I have to ask, why would we not want to set higher levels of data privacy by default? And I know there are members on the other side of the aisle who feel as I do. I know this for sure. And you know, in 2 years of doing this work, Big Tech has only come to me once, almost 2 years ago. They brought a whole bunch of folks in to try and intimidate me, and all they had were two asks. Cut me out of the bill so I don't have to take care of kids. Or two, let's dumb down the age. Let's do just 13. Because 14 to 18-year-olds don't need higher levels of data privacy or protection, apparently. At least that's what Big Tech wants to tell you. But unfortunately today, I want to tell you that there are some shadowy folks roaming around outside this chamber, doing the bidding of Big Tech and their shadowy umbrella organizations that don't think your kids deserve higher levels of data privacy. They think your kids are fine. And you know, here's the irony. In the UK, for the last 2 years, these same companies that are fighting tooth and nail have already provided this to kids in the UK. But they're not doing it for us. They're not doing it for kids in Minnesota because apparently our kids are not as worthy. This is a tiny ask to give higher levels of data privacy to 14 to 18-year-olds. It is literally the bare minimum we could do. But business organizations outside in that hallway, lobbyists representing Big Tech, and shadowy organizations that encompass all of these big tech companies don't want us to make sure that we protect our kids' data. The same data that was used to traffic a 14-year-old. And I have to ask the people in this chamber, in 2 years, they have had no other suggestions. The smoke, the mirrors, the red herrings. Nothing. But in that time, I spent time with prosecutors and attorneys and constitutional lawyers, talked to victims and advocates, working to strengthen the kids' code. I've worked side by side with Representative Elkins, who has an incredible bill on data privacy in this bill. And for anyone who hasn't met him, he is like the Terminator. He sifts through the data, he sifts through everything, and he puts it all together. Stitches it like a fine crafted glove. This is an excellent bill. My only contention is that it doesn't go far enough. It doesn't go far enough because tech doesn't want it to. And I'm going to ask the members of this chamber to think about this as we go forward. Who decides how we protect our children in the state of Minnesota? Who decides? Do the people outside this chamber get to make that decision? Are we going to let them make that decision? This bill has bipartisan support across the board, across ideological guidelines, across political spectrums. But big tech does not want us to protect our kids. And so they decided that we should not add this amendment today. I want to ask all of you, is that really what we want to do? Because last time I checked, tech organizations didn't have an election certificate. They were not charged by their constituents to come here and protect our kids. We were. At some point, it depends on each one of us in this chamber to say enough is enough. We will protect our children, and we will do it in a way that matters to Minnesotans. If you can do it for the UK, you can do it for our kids. And with that, I am going to withdraw this amendment tonight. Because unfortunately, in this round, tech won. But I want everyone at home to be having this conversation. And I want them to be going to ask these organizations why they don't want our kids to be safe. And for those organizations who tell me privately that they disagree with the tech nets and the net choices of the world, stop hiding behind them. Get out from behind that shadow. Stand up in the light and do the right thing. Protect our kids. And with that, I want to say thank you for the time to have this conversation. I want to say thank you to Representative Elkins for all of his incredibly hard work on this bill. He has been a marvelous partner. And at some point, while we may not have won this battle today, we will win this war. Thank you.
Representative Bonner withdraws the A56 amendment.
Long moves that Rule 3.33 relating to amendments must be pre-filed be suspended for the purpose of offering the Nadeau A25 amendment to Senate File Number 4942, the third engrossment as amended.
Representative Long.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. That is my motion to allow us to take up the A25.
All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, nay. The motion prevails. The clerk will report the amendment.
Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Nadeau moves to amend Senate File Number 4942, the third engrossment as amended. The amendment is coded A25.
I recognize the author of the amendment, the member from Hennepin, Representative Nadeau.
Slowly. Thank you, Madam Speaker. My apologies. The A25 is an amendment to the public option, and I'm going to have a number of. Hopefully, we will have a conversation about this tonight. You know, I'm going to set the stage for kind of where I'm coming from just once, so that we can move quickly through the amendments that I think, at least that I'm going to be bringing. The challenge that Let me back up. There's 2 states that currently have the public option. There's one that's working on it, it's Nevada. Currently, Washington and Colorado have a public option. Each one is a little bit different. Each one struggles under the same challenges. Nevada's going to try, and so it's not very common. There's not a lot of evidence out there to prove that we can do this. The challenge that we have, and it doesn't matter if it's public option or any other provider system, is that we're always trying to, we've got policy goals that conflict. We're trying to balance network formation and stability against cost reduction. My premise today is going to be that the public option is the worst path forward trying to do that. So this amendment basically it just asks that we continue to take time and continue the actuarial and economic analysis on the public option, including examining uninsurance rates for 26-27, contemplate those policies, including the state reinsurance programs, premium subsidies, out-of-pocket subsidies that can mitigate any increase. Members, this bill did not have a hearing in Health or Human Services. We had an informational hearing that was based on a study that was done, and there was a lot of really good information in the study. But it didn't, it literally just set the stage for moving forward. So there's a lot of questions that remain to be answered, and so hopefully this amendment will be accepted. I mean, and I'm going to list some of those things that the study identified that need to be answered before we can continue on this path. Are reimbursement targets low enough so that we can meaningfully reduce premiums? What are the unknown costs that the state is going to have to incur so that we can have a fully operational public option? How will the price controls that need to be in place affect access? Will the legislature, will we need to set rates for hospitals, physicians, caregivers, and where will those rates be? And I know the underlying bill has a Medicare rate standard. The 2 states that have imposed, adopted a public option, they've had to change those dramatically because this is a tough needle to thread. The assumptions in the underlying study assumed that no employers would drop individual or group coverage and move their employees over to the public option. And I think that's an interesting thing, and I think it needs to be studied. So so my amendment today, Madam Speaker and members, it literally is if we pass this, and I hope that we do, and I recommend we take a green vote. It provides the commissioner the opportunity to continue the analysis and ensure that we look at 26, 27, and out years regarding reinsurance, federal enhanced, ARPA subsidies that are no longer going to be available that weren't in the underlying study. I request a green vote.
I recognize the member from Hennepin, Representative Long.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. This amendment deals with 2026 and 2027, which is not something that the underlying language deals with, but this is an important conversation about what we're going to be doing in those plan years, and so I'd encourage a green vote.
Further discussion to the Nadeau amendment? No further discussion. All those in favor say aye. Any opposed say nay. The motion prevails and the amendment is adopted.
Long moves that Rule 3.33 relating to amendments must be pre-filed be suspended for the purpose of offering the new Brindley A40 amendment to Senate File Number 4942.
Representative Long.
That is my motion, Madam Speaker.
All those in favor say aye. Any opposed say nay. And the motion prevails. The clerk will report the amendment.
New Brindley moves to amend Senate File Number 4942, the third engrossment as amended. The amendment is coded A40.
I recognize the author of the amendment, the member from Chisago, Representative New Brindley.
Thank you, Madam Speaker and members. So one thing we see is this, obviously this is again relating to the public option provisions in the underlying bill. One thing we often see when it comes to coverage mandates that come through the House is, or the legislature, is an exemption for public programs and state programs like CGIP. And the reason for this is because often they're expensive. And so we do this to avoid a fiscal note. And when I say we, I mean the Democrats do this to avoid a fiscal note. Because it costs money, it costs a lot of money. So what this amendment would do is it requires that the 1332 waiver request must require coverage under the public option to meet the requirements that apply to state regulated markets under Chapter 62A, which has an equal protection clause in it that requires coverage, that basically requires, it would require the public option coverage to equal that of Minnesotans insured in group policies. And I would recommend a yes vote, Madam Speaker.
I recognize the member from Hennepin, Representative Long.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Minnesota Care already has a richer benefit set than plans offered in the individual market, and state mandated benefits are picked up in the Minnesota Care benefit set. But I understand this amendment is meant to be a floor and not a ceiling. So in the interest of ensuring that there is a high quality benefit set for Minnesota Care, I would encourage members to support this amendment.
Further discussion on the New Brindley amendment. There being no further discussion, all those in favor say aye. Any opposed say nay. The motion prevails and the amendment is adopted.
Long moves that Rule 3.33 relating to amendments must be pre-filed, be suspended for the purpose of offering the O'Driscoll A24 amendment to Senate File Number 4942.
Representative Long.
That is my motion, Madam Speaker.
All those in favor say aye. Any opposed say nay. The motion prevails and the motion prevails. The clerk will report the amendment.
O'Driscoll moves to amend Senate File Number 4942, the third engrossment as amended. The amendment is coded A24.
I recognize the member from Stearns, Representative O'Driscoll.
Thank you, Madam Speaker and members. Before I forget, Madam Speaker, I would like a roll call.
A roll call has been requested. Seeing 15 hands, there will be a roll call.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Members, just a little bit of background on the public option compared to some of the other things that we've got here in the state of Minnesota. A very, very, very successful program that we've had, which was the reinsurance program in the state of Minnesota for the private market, where we partnered with, as state government, those individuals who don't have group policies, who don't have insurance from other sources, and buy it themselves out of their own pocket. We provide reinsurance, and that program needed to have what we call a 1332 waiver from the federal government under the ACA, or more commonly known as Obamacare. And in order for us to have a public option, as Majority Leader Long is promoting in this particular provision in the bill that's before us, we would also have to have a 1332 waiver. And as a result of that, we know that under the Obamacare, that our 9 different areas, and it's based on county and population and the like, we've had limited options available with carriers who want to offer coverage, insurance companies who will offer coverage in these different regions and in these different markets. And we're still experiencing those issues in places like Rochester and the like. And my fear is that when we bring the public option in, we're just going to overlay another problem on those 9 different rating zones for insurance. And so what the A24 amendment does, it simply says that the commissioner will have to certify that with the waiver, we aren't going to have continued problems with access to coverage, and that basically the healthcare services that are provided will continue to be the same and in the same amount and the same capacity that they currently are. So we don't see a reduction like we did with the Obamacare in the 9 regions, that we're going to be able to continue to support the options that people have and the clinics that people have and the like to be able to do healthcare-related activities in here, and that we won't have providers that are closing or losing the opportunity to be able to be fully staffed as a result of this. So it's a very simple amendment that takes care of Minnesotans. If we want to do that in the public option needs to have this belt and suspenders amendment in order to be able to ensure that we don't fall backwards and really not be able to provide what the majority leader is trying to do in his public option program. Again, Madam Speaker and members, thank you. I encourage a green vote.
I recognize the member from Hennepin, Representative Long.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Thank you, Representative O'Driscoll. So the waiver process already does include an evaluation of the affordability and ensuring people are not worse off. So I think we share the same intention, and I urge members to support the.
Representative O'Driscoll, would you still like the roll call?
Madam Speaker, please. Thank you.
Further discussion to the O'Driscoll amendment. Representative O'Driscoll, would you like to have any further comments before I call for the vote? The clerk will take the roll. The chief clerk will call the names of the members voting remotely.
Carroll.
Carroll, aye.
Carroll, I. Hewitt. Cagle.
Cagle, aye.
Cagle, I.
The clerk will close the roll.
Thanks for that reminder to him.
There being 125 yeas and 0 nays, the motion prevails and the amendment is adopted.
Long moves that Rule 3.33 relating to amendments must be pre-filed be suspended for the purpose of offering the Schumacher A16 amendment to Senate File Number 4942.
Representative Long.
That is my motion, Madam Speaker.
All those in favor say aye. Any opposed say nay. The motion prevails. The clerk will report the amendment.
Schumacher moves to amend Senate File Number 4942, the third engrossment as amended. The amendment is coded A16.
I recognize the author of the amendment, the member from Rock, Representative Schumacher.
Thank you, Madam Speaker and members. The A16 amendment requires that the commissioner would certify that the public health option will not increase costs of health insurance for those enrolled in union coverage or those who buy insurance on the individual market, making that more expensive. We know in healthcare, and especially health insurance, that if you pull one string in the marketplace, that other strings are going to get pulled along with it. If we're not going to have a plan that reimburses for at least the cost of care, or maybe 80% of the cost of care, like Medicare does, then that cost is going to get shifted to other places. This amendment ensures that those costs don't get shifted to the public market or to coverages from labor unions. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
I recognize the member from Hennepin, Representative Long.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Thank you, Representative Schumacher. So it is the intent of this bill, and it's a CMS requirement as well, that the public option proposed in the waiver must provide coverage at least as comprehensive and affordable to at least as many people. So I think these goals are in line, and I would urge members to support the amendment. I will note that there is no impact on employer plans with the language in the bill, and that Taft-Hartley plans are specifically collectively bargained. And we'll also note that the proposal is supported strongly from labor. Thank you.
Further discussion to the amendment. Representative Schumacher.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And even with that, I would still request a roll call.
Roll call has been requested. Seeing 15 hands, there will be a roll call. The clerk will take the roll. The The chief clerk will call the names of the members voting remotely.
Carroll.
Carroll, aye.
Carroll, I. Hewitt. Cagle.
Cagle, aye.
Cagle, I.
Have all the members who wish to vote voted?
Hewitt.
Hewitt.
Aye.
Hewitt, I.
The clerk will close the roll. There being 125 yeas and 0 nays, the motion prevails and the amendment is adopted.
Long moves that Rule 3.33 relating to amendments must be pre-filed, be suspended for the purpose of offering the Nadeau A14 amendment to Senate File Number 4942.
Representative Long.
That is my motion, Madam Speaker.
All those in favor say aye. Any opposed, nay. The motion prevails. The clerk will report the amendment.
Nadeau moves to amend Senate File Number 4942, the third engrossment as amended. The amendment is coded A14.
I recognize the author of the amendment, the member from Hennepin, Representative Nadeau.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I love how this is going. So the A14, just requires the Commissioner of Commerce not rely on new or increased taxes, fees, or assessments to fund the public option. We do know that the public option will require some funding. It basically, in the March 15th report, the updated, it's going to require roughly the estimate is $208 million in calendar year 27, $246 million in calendar year 28, $273 million in calendar year 29. So there are part of the 1332 section require that we reduce premiums, and I know that public option proponents argue that reducing health costs for both consumers and government, and this amendment memorializes our commitment to fulfill that promise. So thank you, Madam Speaker. I urge everyone to vote green.
I recognize the member from Hennepin, Representative Long.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Thank you, Representative Nadeau. So the amendment says in developing the waiver request, and so since it is specific to developing the waiver request, and the waiver request is already paid for in the bill and costs no new money, I would urge members to support the amendment.
Further discussion to the Nadeau amendment. There being no further discussion, all those in favor say aye. Any opposed, no. The motion prevails and the amendment is adopted.
Long moves that Rule 3.33 relating to amendments must be pre-filed, be suspended for the purpose of offering the O'Driscoll A17 amendment to Senate File Number 4942.
Representative Long.
That is my motion, Madam Speaker.
All those in favor say aye. Any opposed, no. The motion prevails. The clerk will report the amendment.
O'Driscoll moves to amend Senate File Number 4942, the third engrossment as amended, and the amendment is coded A17.
I recognize the author of the amendment, the member from Stearns, Representative O'Driscoll.
Thank you, Madam Speaker and members. One of the things that we do know, again, from history in working with insurance here in the state of Minnesota is that we're oftentimes concerned about how much public money is used to shore up these programs. The critics of the reinsurance program have pointed to the fact that we're taking public money to help in a partnership to offset losses for those individuals who don't have that safety net of a group plan or insurance through other means. And I'm concerned that if we stand up another program here in the state of Minnesota through the public option, that we run the risk of having budget deficits and having to put a lot of additional public money into the program. And so what I'm hoping that we're able to do again, that as a part of the waiver that we're going to be applying for, the commissioner will certify that we don't have budget deficits or run losses as a result of standing up a new program to quell the fears of the people who have some problems with the reinsurance program, that we don't have them also have a problem with the public option for the very same reasons that they have concerns about the reinsurance program. And Madam Speaker, I do request a roll call.
A roll call has been requested. Seeing 15 hands, there will be a roll call. Representative Long.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Thank you, Representative O'Driscoll. So as I mentioned, the waiver is already paid for, and setting up the program would be up to a future legislature, and so I would urge members to support the amendment.
Further discussion to the O'Driscoll amendment. The clerk will take the roll. The chief clerk will call the names of the members voting remotely.
Carroll.
One more time.
Carroll, aye.
Carroll, aye. Hewitt.
Hewitt, aye.
Hewitt, aye. Cagle.
Cagle, aye.
Cagle, aye.
The clerk will close the roll. There being 126 yeas and 0 nays, the motion prevails and the amendment is adopted.
Long moves that Rule 3.33 relating to amendments must be pre-filed, be suspended for the purpose of offering the Nadeau Amendment, the A19 Amendment to Senate File Number 4942.
Representative Long.
That is my motion, Madam Speaker.
All those in favor say aye. Any opposed, nay. The motion prevails. The clerk will report the amendment.
Nadeau moves to amend Senate File Number 4942, the third engrossment as amended, and the amendment is coded A19.
I recognize the author of the amendment, the member from Hennepin, Representative Nadeau.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Members, this is another simple one. It's a federal requirement for the approval of a 1332 waiver that the waiver reduce premiums. This amendment ensures that a waiver will result in reducing premiums for both public option enrollees and those not enrolled in the public option. I ask for a green vote and would like a roll call, Madam
Roll call
Speaker.
has been requested. Are there 15 hands? Seeing 15 hands, there will be a roll call. Representative Long.
Madam Speaker, I think members on the other side are asking for a lot of roll calls, but we're giving you a lot of good votes. So this one I'm going to also urge members to support. The waiver process is going to have some important answers to questions about coverage, and the future legislature will be able to act on that information.
Representative Nadeau.
I withdraw my roll call.
The roll call has been withdrawn. All those in favor say aye. Any opposed, nay. The motion prevails and the amendment is adopted.
Long moves that Rule 3.33 relating to amendments must be pre-filed, be suspended for the purpose of offering the O'Driscoll A21 Amendment to Senate File Number 4942.
Representative Long.
Madam Speaker, that is my motion.
All those in favor say aye. Any opposed, no. The motion prevails. The clerk will report the amendment.
O'Driscoll moves to amend Senate File Number 4942, the third engrossment as amended. The amendment is coded A21.
I recognize the author of the amendment, the member from Stearns, Representative O'Driscoll.
Thank you, Madam Speaker and members. Once again, before I forget, I would like a roll call, Madam Speaker.
Roll call has been requested. Seeing 15 hands, there will be a roll call.
In the, thank you, Madam Speaker. And in the A21 amendment, one of the things that we know from our experience, again, in insurance programs, not only at the state level, but at the federal level, and that is with Medicare, that the reimbursement rate to providers of health care services in the state of Minnesota, and because it's a federal program across the country, is not at the, what I will call, rack rate for coverage. In other words, a doctor may charge $200 for a procedure, but then Medicare only reimburses maybe at $95 or $113 for that procedure. And what happens is the clinics and the doctors and the hospitals and healthcare providers will have to absorb that. And what they're able to do is make their numbers work out. They can provide coverage for those with Medicare, and they can also rely on the fact that there's commercial policies that actually do pay closer to, or the rack rate, as I've referred to it, for the procedures that folks may have to help with their healthcare needs. The public option actually is going to be reimbursing at 50% of the rack rate, or the retail rate, if you will, of what we need to be having doctors and clinics and providers charge. And so the concern that I have, and I'm sure it's a concern that many others have as well, is that if we're having clinics and providers at Medicare not having financial difficulties in making their ends meet, by dropping that rate with the public option and increasing the number of people looking for coverage, it may result in many of the clinics and healthcare providers closing their doors or significantly reducing the amount or type of services that they have. And as a result of that, that's not going to be good for anyone or for any of us. As a matter of fact, recently we've learned that 67% of hospitals have negative margins already right now under the current system. And overlaying the public option on here, I fear would complicate that situation. And again, in some areas of the state, magnify the problems that we have with affordable and even access to health care. And I'm sure no one in the chamber wants those kinds of activities to happen. And so this amendment simply provides us with the comfort that we're not going to end up losing coverages or different options for people because of an exodus from the commercial market, which in essence is a subsidy to the entire system because of the way that the private market reimburses the providers. So I again thank you for the opportunity, Madam Speaker. Members, a green vote, please, to help preserve our options that are here in the state of Minnesota with the different providers. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Representative Long.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Thank you, Representative O'Driscoll. The waiver process already does include an evaluation of affordability and impact on the market. And then once we have an approved waiver and additional information, it would be up to a future legislature to act to make this a reality. So I do urge members to vote green, and perhaps Representative O'Driscoll will follow Representative Nadeau's lead and withdraw his roll call.
Further discussion to the O'Driscoll amendment. The clerk will take the roll. The chief clerk will call the names of the members voting remotely.
Carroll.
Carroll, aye.
Carroll, aye. Hewitt.
Hewitt, no, yes.
Hewitt. Let's do that again. I'm not sure what he's got there. Tell him to do it again. Do it again. Cagle.
Go.
Cagle, aye.
Cagle, aye. I just want to get it the right thing on the board. Hewitt.
Sorry.
Yes.
One more time.
Hewitt, yes.
Hewitt, aye.
The clerk will close the roll. There being 124 yeas and 2 nays, the motion prevails and the amendment is adopted.
Long moves that Rule 3.33 relating to amendments must be pre-filed, be suspended for the purpose of offering the new Brindley A23 amendment to Senate File Number 4942.
Representative Long.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. That is my motion.
All those in favor say aye. Any opposed, no. The motion prevails. The clerk will report the amendment.
New Brindley moves to amend Senate File number 4942, the third engrossment as amended, and the amendment is coded A23.
I recognize the author of the amendment, the member from Chisago, Representative New Brindley.
Thank you, Madam Speaker and members. So we have a problem. You know, I know what's going to happen here, right? Yes, we're going to accept this amendment because it's in developing the waiver request. And unfortunately, I'm going to be honest. Unfortunately, fortunately for Representative Long, these were drafted poorly, and my amendment is specifically drafted to developing the waiver request. And so far, we've kind of lucked out on some of these. But I want to talk about the underlying importance of this amendment that should absolutely be considered beyond accepting this amendment today. Because it's going to be easy for everyone to vote yes on accepting this amendment because it's already paid for. We don't have to raise taxes to develop the waiver request. But really, what this amendment was supposed to get to is that to implement the public option, we should not increase the Minnesota Care Provider Tax. And I know there are a lot of new folks in the chamber who have not fought the fight on the provider tax, but this is really important. So if you are not aware, if you are newer here, there is currently a 1.8% tax on every health procedure, appointment, etc., dental, vision, anything. There's a 1.8% tax on every single medical procedure that happens in this state. It is a 1.8% tax that literally increases the cost of health care directly on every single Minnesotan. It is contrary to the intent, what I believe sincerely is the intent of the public option. It is contrary to the intent of the vast majority of what we do regarding health care in this body. And yet, when this was set to go away a couple of years ago, Democrats voted to bring it back and to directly increase the cost of health care. And it's wrong. I think that if the Democrats want to implement a public option, they should figure out how to pay for it without increasing the cost of health care on everyone in the state, which is what the provider tax does. With that, it's probably not worth the exercise of going through the motion. We don't really need to bother voting on this amendment, so I will withdraw it. But I hope folks keep in mind our intent here. None of us should vote to increase the cost of health care in order to implement an extraordinarily expensive public option. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Representative Brindley withdraws the A23 amendment.
Long moves that Rule 3.33 relating to amendments must be pre-filed, be suspended for the purpose of offering the Schumacher A26 amendment to Senate File number 4942.
Representative Long.
That is my motion, Madam Speaker.
All those in favor say aye. Any opposed, no. The motion prevails. The clerk will report the amendment.
Schumacher moves to amend Senate File number 4942, the third engrossment as amended. The amendment is coded A26.
I recognize the author of the amendment, the member from Rock, Representative Schumacher.
Thank you, Madam Speaker and members. The A26 amendment requires that the commissioners certify that the waiver will increase access to care for the public option enrollees and those not enrolled. It is part of the federal requirement that this happens, and this language just provides a little bit of comfort to ensure that that happens. I would ask for your support.
Representative Long.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Thank you, Representative Schumacher. You're correct. This is part of the federal requirement. I'd urge a yes vote.
Further discussion on the amendment? There being no further discussion, all those in favor say aye. Any opposed, no. The motion prevails and the amendment is adopted.
Long moves that Rule 3.33 relating to amendments must be pre-filed, be suspended for the purpose of offering the due amendment 827 to Senate File Number 4942.
Representative Long.
That is my motion, Madam Speaker.
All those in favor say aye. Any opposed, no. The motion prevails. The clerk will report the amendment.
Nadeau moves to amend Senate File Number 4942, the third engrossment as amended, and the amendment is coded A27.
I recognize the author of the amendment, the member from Hennepin, Representative Nadeau.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, members. The A27 is focused on market stability and research that is, its early indicators coming from the two states that have implemented a public option suggest that lawmakers need to impose clinical participation requirements in public option plans so that consumers actually have access to a sufficient network with reasonable premiums. This amendment, the A27, part of the federal requirement for approval of the 1332 waiver, that the waiver will improve market stability. This amendment ensures that the waiver will result in market stability for both the public option and for the individual small group and large group markets. That's my motion, Madam Speaker, and I ask for a green vote.
Representative Long.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Thank you, Representative Nadeau. I believe these requirements are also included and necessary for the federal waiver, and I encourage members to support it.
Further discussion to the Nadeau amendment. There being no further discussion, all those in favor say aye. Any opposed, no. The motion prevails and the amendment is adopted.
Long moves that Rule 3.33 relating to amendments must be pre-filed, be suspended for the purpose of offering the Nadeau Amendment 829 to Senate File Number 4942.
Representative Long.
That is my motion, Madam Speaker.
All those in favor say aye. Any opposed, no. The motion prevails. The clerk will report the amendment.
Nadeau moves to amend Senate File Number 4942, the third engrossment as amended. The amendment is coded A29.
I recognize the author of the amendment, the member for Hennepin, Representative Nadeau.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, members. This amendment is literally just to ensure that any of the appropriations that are in the underlying bill are limited to and for waiver preparation and analysis only. It was a discussion that I saw in Ways and Means, and I just wanted to make sure that we memorialize that in this amendment. Please vote green.
Representative Long.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Thank you, Representative Nadeau. I encourage a green vote on this. This is our intent.
Further discussion? Seeing no further discussion, all those in favor say aye. Any opposed, no. The motion prevails and the amendment is adopted.
Long moves that Rule 3.33 relating to amendments must be pre-filed, be suspended for the purpose of offering the New Brindley A31 amendment to Senate File Number 4942.
Representative Long.
That is my motion, Madam Speaker.
All those in favor say aye. Any opposed, no. The motion prevails. The clerk will report the amendment.
New Brindley moves to amend Senate File Number 4942, the third engrossment as amended. The amendment is coded A31.
I recognize the author of the amendment, the member from Chisago, Representative New Brindley.
Thank you, Madam Speaker and members. This amendment is actually just a little bit different than the things that we've heard so far. So in requesting this 1332 waiver, we already have a 1332 waiver in the state. It's a waiver from the federal insurance regulations under Obamacare. And now we will be requesting a new 1332 waiver for the ability to do a public option. And that does require a waiver from the federal regulations. This amendment would require, as part of that waiver request, an analysis of the impact the continuation of reinsurance and the expiration of reinsurance would have on the public option. So what that means is, because we currently have this 1332 waiver on reinsurance, This new waiver on the public option is going to affect that current waiver that we already have. Now, this is important for a couple of reasons. One, the Milliman model assumes that, frankly, the individual market is essentially going to completely fall apart. For the 2 to 3 years, there's going to be a period of time after which reinsurance runs out and the public option is implemented. There's going to be a period of time where folks on the individual market are left hanging. And the Milliman study assumed that the individual market is just going to fall apart during that time when these folks are in limbo. That's about 80,000 Minnesotans are likely to lose their insurance during that time. Now, interestingly, there's some interesting aspects of that Milliman report and the assumptions on how many uninsured people will choose the public option when it becomes available. Many of those folks are currently insured. They are currently insured on the individual market. They will lose that insurance, therefore they will be uninsured at implementation of the public option. You can see that in the numbers. The Milliman report assumes that there will be 310,000 uninsured folks, and a lot of those will be from the individual market, whereas right now, there's only 218,000 people in the state of Minnesota who are uninsured, I should say, as of 2023. It's the lowest in years. Only 3.8% of Minnesotans are uninsured. So this amendment would require the Commissioner of Commerce to include, as part of this waiver request, an analysis of the impact of continuing reinsurance and the expiration of reinsurance. So it has to consider both of those things. What happens if we continue? What happens if it expires as a result of the public option? Madam Speaker, I would request a roll call and a green vote.
A roll call has been requested. Seeing 15 hands, there will be a roll call. Representative Long.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. This is already part of the analysis when completing a federal waiver, and I would ask for member support and a withdrawal of the roll call.
Further discussion of the amendment. Representative New Brindley.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I would request actually that the roll call stay in place. And, you know, we're saying that this is already part of requesting a federal waiver. Reinsurance is actually unique to Minnesota, as are some other things we'll talk about, like a basic health plan. And so I for sure want to be on the record, all of us, that we have to consider the effects of either continuing reinsurance or losing reinsurance in the state of Minnesota. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
There being no further discussion, the clerk will take the roll. The chief clerk will call the names of the members voting remotely.
Carol, aye.
Cagle.
Cagle, aye.
Cagle, aye. Hewitt.
The clerk will close the roll. There being 125 yeas and 0 nays, the motion prevails and the amendment is adopted.
Long moves that Rule 3.33 relating to amendments must be pre-filed, be suspended for the purpose of offering the New Brindley A34 amendment to Senate File Number 4942.
Representative Long.
That is my motion, Madam Speaker.
All those in favor say aye. Any opposed, no. The motion prevails. The clerk will report the amendment.
New Brindley moves to amend Senate File Number 4942, the third engrossment as amended. The amendment is coded A34.
I recognize the author of the amendment, the member from Chisago, Representative New Brindley.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Members, this amendment would ensure that the Commissioner of Commerce may not implement or take any action towards implementing the public option without explicit legislative authority to do so. Now, I want to make sure that we're all clear on why we've got this amendment. There's been some confusion in what the language for the public option does in this bill. I've heard lots of folks refer to this as just a study that we are learning about what this will do. We're just requesting the waiver. However, I read a lot of musts in this language as well. And so I want to be very clear that the legislature is putting a line in the sand that in order to move forward, once we have this waiver, that we must take legislative action to do so. I think it's also really important to note that the public option that was dropped into this bill had a 20-minute hearing in the Commerce Committee. That's the amount of time we devoted to completely changing healthcare in the state of Minnesota. A 20-minute hearing in the Commerce Committee that does at least deal with insurance issues, and then a 20-minute hearing in the Ways and Means Committee, where, I don't know, there might be 2 or 3 members that deal with these things in regular committees. This deserves and by the way, this received no hearing in the Health Committee where it actually belongs. So we should commit right now as a legislature that we are not going to implement this until we have the additional information that should come through this process. When we know what it means to have this waiver, this should come back to the legislature for implementation. And Madam Speaker, I would request a roll call and a green vote on this.
A roll call has been requested. Seeing 15 hands, there will be a roll call. Representative Long.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I would urge members to vote for this. We are only applying for a federal waiver with this, and we are not going to be implementing, and that is our intent. And perhaps this time, Representative New Brindley might take my good faith offer and withdraw the roll call.
Further discussion to the amendment. The clerk will take the roll. The chief clerk will call the names of the members voting remotely.
Carroll.
Carroll, aye.
Carroll, aye. Hewitt.
Hewitt, aye.
Hewitt, aye. Cagle.
Cagle, aye.
Cagle, aye.
The clerk will close the roll. There being 124 yeas and 0 nay, the motion prevails and the amendment is adopted.
Long moves that Rule 3.33 relating to amendments must be pre-filed, be suspended for the purpose of offering the Nadeau A46 amendment to Senate File Number 4942.
Representative Long.
That is my motion, Madam Speaker.
All those in favor say aye. Any opposed, no. The motion prevails. The clerk will report the amendment.
Nadeau moves to amend Senate File Number 4942, the third engrossment as amended. The amendment is coded A46.
I recognize the author of the amendment, the member from Hennepin, Representative Nadeau.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Members, I should have added a celebration to this one. I mean, we're doing so well here. So all this amendment does, members, is ensure that we provide written notice to the chairs, ranking minority members of the legislative committees with jurisdiction over healthcare policy and finance and health insurance upon submission of the waiver to the federal government.
Representative Long.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Thank you, Representative Nadeau. I think this makes sense, and I encourage a green vote.
Further discussion to the Nadeau amendment. There being no further discussion, all those in favor say aye. Any opposed, no. The motion prevails and the amendment is adopted.
Long moves that Rule 3.33 relating to amendments must be pre-filed be suspended for the purpose of offering the Schumacher A36 amendment to Senate File Number 4942.
Representative Long.
That is my motion, Madam Speaker.
All those in favor say aye. Any opposed, no. The motion prevails. The clerk will report the amendment.
Schumacher moves to amend Senate File Number 4942, the third engrossment as amended. The amendment is coded A36.
I recognize the author of the amendment, the member from Rock, Representative Schumacher.
Thank you, Madam Speaker and members. The A36 amendment is just some comfort language here to make sure that the people who are enrolling in the public option would be Minnesota residents and not just people who intended to live, and so there would be requirements that are attached to that, and I would ask members for support.
Representative Long.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Unfortunately, I will have to ask members to not support this one. Tax filing. I know, we were on such a good streak. We were just getting to know each other. Tax filing and state programs are two different systems, and if a person has coverage but, for example, is unable to file a tax return because of illness, then they'd be kicked off health insurance, and I don't think that should be our intent.
Further discussion to the amendment. Representative Schumacher.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I'm sorry to hear that there's going to be a little bit of division on this, and so I'm going to have to ask for a roll call.
Roll call has been requested. Seeing 15 hands, there will be a roll call.
And I would ask members to vote green so that we can ensure that the people who are benefiting from this expensive program that is only going to ensure maybe 2% of the population actually is population in Minnesota. Thank you.
The clerk will take the roll. Oh, here's the 38 right here. We'll do that one next. The clerk will call the names of the members voting remotely.
Carroll.
There you go.
Carroll, no.
Carroll, no. Hewitt.
Hewitt, no.
Hewitt, no. Cagle.
Cagle, no.
Cagle, no.
The clerk will close the roll. There being 60 yeas and 65 nays, the motion does not prevail and the amendment is not adopted.
Long move that Rule 3.33 relating to amendments must be pre-filed be suspended for the purpose of offering the New Brindley A38 amendment to Senate File Number 4942.
Representative Long.
That is my motion, Madam Speaker.
All those in favor say aye. Any opposed, no. The motion prevails. The clerk will report the amendment.
New Brindley moves to amend Senate File Number 4942, the third engrossment as amended, and the amendment is coded A38.
I recognize the author of the amendment, the member from Chisago, Representative New Brindley.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. The 838 amendment would require that the public option meet the same requirements under 62K.10. Basically, what this regards is geographic accessibility and network adequacy. So some of the things that would include are a maximum travel distance for folks who are taking advantage of the public option. It would require 24-hour access to care. It would require a sufficient number of providers available in the public option. It would require availability of specialty physicians, among other things. And if these network adequacy requirements are not met, it would not allow the waiver to go through if we cannot meet these requirements. I would add again, under the Millman study, it shows that the vast majority of people who are going to enroll in the public option are currently insured on the individual market. Individual market pays market rates. It pays private insurance rates to providers for services. This public option is going to pay far less than the private insurers. And not only that, it is going to pay far less than what it actually costs to deliver care. And so when we're talking about network adequacy, the concern here is that when we have a huge group of people, maybe 80,000, when we have a huge group of people that move from private insurance to this public option, providers are going to be receiving far lower reimbursement for the care that they provide, and that's going to affect access to care. And of course, particularly in rural Minnesota, where this is already a problem. I would reiterate what I said on our last bill. In fact, I did look up the number. It's 67%. 67% of hospitals in the state of Minnesota are currently operating in the red. 67% of Minnesota hospitals currently take in less money than it costs to provide care. So this is a really important amendment to ensure that if we're going to implement the public option, that we have network adequacy, that we have geographic accessibility. So I would request a yes vote, and I would roll call this vote, Madam Speaker.
A roll call has been requested. Seeing 15 hands, there will be a roll call. Representative Long.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Minnesota Care does have existing network adequacy requirements, and this additional mandate doesn't quite harmonize well, but I understand the interest and intent in ensuring Minnesota's plans have adequate access to the benefits under the plan. And so I'll encourage a green vote, and we'll continue to work through the language in conference. Perhaps third time's the charm, and I can get a withdrawal of the roll call.
Further discussion to the amendment? I don't think you'll get that request. The clerk will take the roll. The chief clerk will call the names of the members voting remotely.
Carroll.
Carroll, aye.
Carroll, aye. Hewitt.
Hewitt, yes.
Hewitt, aye. Cagle.
Cagle, aye.
Cagle, aye.
The clerk will close the roll. There being 126 yeas and 0 nays, the motion prevails and the amendment is adopted.
Long moves that Rule 3.33 relating to amendments must be pre-filed, be suspended for the purpose of offering the New Brindley 828 amendment to Senate File Number 4942.
Representative Long.
That is my motion, Madam Speaker.
All those in favor say aye. Any opposed, no. The motion prevails. The Chief Clerk will report the amendment.
New Brindley moves to amend Senate File Number 4942, the third engrossment as amended. The amendment is coded A28.
I recognize the author of the amendment, the member from Chisago, Representative New Brindley.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Members, this is language that was included in Senator Wickland's bill last session, and it stipulates that certain conditions need to be met in order to implement the public option. I'm going to run through these real quickly. Number one, this needs to not result in a substantial reduction in federal BHP funding for Minnesota Care. So Minnesota is sort of unique in that we are one of, I think, just 2 states, I think New York still has one, who has a basic health plan. And we get federal funding from this, and so we want to ensure that we are not losing federal funding, or at least we're not receiving a substantial reduction in that federal funding for the BHP. We also want to ensure that premiums are going to be affordable in accordance with applicable federal law. Number 3, we want to make sure that the actuarial value of the benefits, that the benefit set, that the actuarial value will not fall below 94%, and also that the benefit set will provide coverage equal or greater to than has historically been available under Minnesota Care. So we cannot provide lesser insurance under the public option than what we currently provide under Minnesota Care. It has to be decent insurance. Number 4, the waiver, if the waiver as approved, it cannot substantially deviate from the requirements specified in this section. So the waiver terms have to be the same, right? Like we can't come back with a waiver that is substantially different than what we're actually asking for, or we're not going to implement. Number 5, we need to expand plan options. Implementing the public option cannot take away choice for consumers in the market. Number 6, the state will receive pass-through funding substantially similar to the advanced premium tax credits. Again, we can't lose federal funding on this deal. We get a lot of money from the feds that goes to help support our insurance programs in the state. We can't afford to lose that. Individuals currently served by Minnesota program will not be disproportionately or substantively negative impact. We can't hurt people who are currently on Minnesota Care. And then the same requirement for those who are currently served by MA. We can't hurt people that are currently on these programs and provide an insurance product that is disproportionately or substantively going to negatively impact folks on MA and Minnesota Care. And I would request a green vote, Madam Speaker.
Representative Long.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Thank you, Representative New Brindley. I'm glad you didn't roll call the amendment because I think you might have regretted it. If you look at line 1.5, it says may implement a public option. So this is actually in conflict with the A34 that you introduced before, which prohibited the legislature from moving forward with the public option. This would actually allow the legislature to move forward. And I just gave you my word 3 minutes ago that was not my intent. So I would ask members to vote no to uphold my promise to Representative New Brindley.
Further discussion to the amendment. Representative New Brindley.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I would suggest that all of the conditions need to be met. So I would ask for a roll call on this. And all of the conditions will need to be met, meaning it will have to come before the legislature. It will have to only if the commissioners certify to the legislature that these things happen. So I would request a yes vote.
Roll call has been requested. Seeing 15 hands, there will be a roll call. The clerk will take the roll. The chief clerk will call the names of the members voting remotely.
Carroll.
Carroll, no.
Carroll, no. Hewitt. Cagle.
Kegel, no.
Cagle, no.
The clerk will close the roll. Roll's closed.
You can stand up and I'll call the name. Is that Hewitt? Hewitt.
Hewitt, no.
Hewitt, no. He's not over there.
The clerk will close the roll. There being 59 yeas and 66 nays, the motion does not prevail and the amendment is not adopted.
Long moves that Rule 3.33 relating to amendments must be pre-filed, be suspended for the purpose of offering the Nadeau A15 amendment to Senate File Number 4942.
Representative Long.
That is my motion, Madam Speaker.
All those in favor say aye. Any opposed, no. The motion prevails. The clerk will report the amendment.
Nadeau moves to amend Senate File Number 4942, the third engrossment as amended. The amendment is coded A15.
I recognize the author of the amendment, the member from Hennepin, Representative Nadeau.
Madam Speaker, members, thank you. This is another simple, I think, amendment to this. The first line in subdivision regarding waiver submittal requires that the Commissioner of Commerce shall submit a Section 1332 waiver. Further down, in subdivision 2, in the third line, it talks about the fact that the public option proposal submitted for waiver approval to the federal government must be consistent with, but need not be identical to. So what this amendment does, the A15, literally, if it's anticipated that the waiver submission is going to be different than what's in the language, that it would come back and have legislative approval. I would request a green vote, Madam Speaker.
Representative Long.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Unfortunately, I'm going to have to urge members to vote no. This really isn't a workable amendment. We have given the Department of Commerce clear guidance, and they do need the discretion to be able to make adjustments to work with CMS in negotiation. That's what we do with them in reinsurance, and it would be up to a future legislature to authorize the creation of any program. So we would come back to before the legislature no matter what, and I urge members to vote no.
Representative Nadeau, would you like to request a roll call?
In a second. Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. So the thing that I'm concerned with, members, is that, you know, as I've mentioned, I think a couple of times, there's only 2 states that have this. And the language in those states, and I read the enacting language for the public option in those states, is significantly more specific than the language in the underlying bill. The bill's pretty vague, and I don't think that we should put the responsibility of that decision-making onto our agencies. That's number one. They shouldn't be holding the bag for something where we've made a mistake. It should come back to us. And I say this by going down into the public option requirements. It basically allows the Commissioner of Commerce, it doesn't allow, it states, the Commissioner of Commerce shall incorporate into the public option proposal any recommendations made by the Commissioner of Human Services regarding the provisions of Minnesota, and it goes on. So if you're the Commissioner of Human Services, it's good to be you today in this bill. You get to do whatever you want. And the Commissioner of Commerce needs to incorporate whatever that commissioner says. This is bigger, much bigger than one commissioner, one agency. This is going to change the way that we deliver health care. So with that, Madam Speaker, I would request a roll call and I would request a green vote.
Seeing 15 hands, there will be a roll call. I recognize the member from Chisago, Representative New Brindley.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Excuse me. I would suggest that the commissioners actually would probably appreciate this amendment. You know, when in the initial reports that came back, frankly, there were a lot of question marks because the departments didn't know what to do with this. And this leaves far too much at their discretion that, frankly, I don't think they want to have. I think they want direction from the legislature to answer the vast number of questions they are going to have as they start preparing this waiver. It is our responsibility as a legislature to answer those questions. It is not our job as a legislature to force that responsibility on commissioners who frankly don't want it. They would much rather we do our jobs and answer those questions for them, give them the direction they need to request this waiver. It's a good amendment. Not only is it accepting the responsibility that we have as legislators, it is not putting an undue burden on the commissioners. This should be an absolute green vote. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Further discussion. The clerk will take the roll. The chief clerk will call the names of the members voting remotely.
Carroll.
Carroll, no.
Carroll, no. Hewitt.
Hewitt, no.
Hewitt, no. Cagle.
Cagle, no.
Cagle, no.
The clerk will close the roll. There being 60 yeas and 66 nays, the motion does not prevail and the amendment is not adopted.
Long moves that Rule 3.33 relating to amendments must be pre-filed, be suspended for the purpose of offering the O'Driscoll A18 amendment to Senate File Number 4942.
Representative Long.
That is my motion, Madam Speaker.
All those in favor say aye. Any opposed, no. The motion prevails. The clerk will report the amendment.
O'Driscoll moves to amend Senate File Number 4942, the third engrossment as amended. The amendment is coded A18.
I recognize the author of the amendment, the member from Stearns, Representative O'Driscoll.
Thank you, Madam Speaker and members. The goal of everyone in this chamber, I believe, is a common goal, and that is to have affordable and accessible health care available and means in which to pay for those, and insurance is a way to make that happen. The vast majority of people who have health insurance in the state of Minnesota procure that through their employment. And sometimes, depending upon the employment situation and the group and the size, that can have a large impact on your ability to afford premiums as an employer and or your contribution if one's required as an employee or even small employers. And so what I'd like to do is I'd like to give Minnesotans an option if we're going to stand up a public option program, and that is they can choose to stay with their employer or they can stay with or they can choose the public option. In doing some research on this matter, we're finding that to be determined, quote unquote, affordable, which individuals, if their private insurance through their employer is not affordable, they can exit and they can go to Minnesota Care or to other care. And if we're going to stand up this public option with the premiums for an individual plan being around $9,400 and for a family at about $18,900, that really doesn't sound affordable to me. And I'm seeing that we're in a situation with the public option of premiums for deductibles rather being around $1,500. So $9,400 for individuals and $18,900 family deductible. I think that there would certainly be a premium difference on there, and individuals should be given the opportunity to exit an employer plan and actually move into the public option. Minnesota has about the third highest total out-of-pocket expense or all-in cost for insurance across the country. And if we're going to stand up this option, we should make it available then if the taxpayers are going to be involved in this for all persons here in the state of Minnesota. And so, Madam Speaker, I encourage folks to have a yes vote on this. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Representative Long.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Thank you, Representative O'Driscoll. I appreciate the acknowledgement of the high out-of-pocket costs, which is certainly something we are trying to address here. But we intentionally did not include employer-sponsored insurance option for folks to move over. That's a policy decision that could be made in the future, but that's not contemplated in the current proposal, and so I'd ask members to vote no.
Further discussion of the O'Driscoll amendment. I recognize the member from Chisago, Representative New Brindley.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I would suggest that Representative O'Driscoll is right, not just on the cost, but let's consider the cost to these small employers as well. If this public option is such a good deal, then we should make it available to Minnesotans. If it is so affordable for the state and for individuals, then we should not put restrictions on who can have it. Why in the world would we prevent particularly small group insurance and the employers that provide small group insurance? Why would we prevent them from having it? If this is going to be such a good deal, if this is going to be so affordable for Minnesotans, if it's going to be such a good deal for the people who are on the public option, why shouldn't they have access? Of course they should. This is a great amendment, and we should vote yes.
Further discussion. Representative O'Driscoll.
Thank you, Madam Speaker and members. I'm going to ask the Majority Leader to reconsider his recommendation on this. If you take a look at the average deductible on the state of Minnesota on an individual health plan, kind of the average is about $3,700. Again, it's anticipated that the public option is going to have $1,500. And I have heard time and time again on this House floor from members, maybe not all of you because you haven't been here, we've had some of these more robust discussions. But I've heard people, and I'm going to paraphrase, but I'm pretty darn close to the quote that people give on here. A deductible of $9,400 is no insurance at all. $9,400 for an individual and $18,900 for a family plan is no insurance at all, because of the out-of-pocket costs to be able to get to the coverage. And people have said you're being held hostage by the deductible. Why would we not want to give and make this plan available to Minnesotans? If the contemplation by the Majority Leader for this plan and his thoughtful process in going through and recommending this to the body tonight to carry forward and hope that it becomes law, he would certainly want to support options for people to be able to opt out of higher cost coverage, higher deductibles, as he even said. Thank you, Representative O'Driscoll, for acknowledging the high cost of deductibles. He has the opportunity tonight to be able to help with that. So I'm going to ask the Majority Leader if he would reconsider his recommendation from a no to a yes. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'm asking the Majority Leader to yield to a question. That question being, would you reconsider because of the affordability?
He will yield. Representative Long.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Thank you, Representative O'Driscoll. I'm really glad that you agree with the intent of this bill, and I'm glad that you recognize the concerns that we are trying to address here. And I'm glad you're trying to expand what we're doing here in this bill, but at the moment, we are applying for a federal waiver. We're not implementing a program. This was not included in the Milliman analysis that would be going into the federal waiver. If you want to introduce a bill on this, I'd be happy to work with you on it in the future.
Representative O'Driscoll.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker. I'm sure the Majority Leader would be willing to work with me in the last 4 or 5 days that we have left in this session as this bill is going to leave the House floor tonight. It is no one in this chamber believes that this is going to be laid over. It's not going to leave here. I cannot believe that we're going to put this discussion and the affordability under the rug, and to say, oh, Representative O'Driscoll, I appreciate your willingness and it sounds like you support the program. I'm making a point, Majority Leader Long, and that is insurance. When you have 50% reimbursement under the public option, when you don't let certain groups into here, all you're doing is putting the system, the health insurance system in the state of Minnesota on shifting grounds and shifting soils. No one will be better off as a result of the system collapsing on itself. No one. And the other part that's kind of interesting on this, from my perspective, is that in the past, when the state of Minnesota has attempted to set up programs like MNsure, a website, as a former commerce chair on the Democrat side, used to refer to it as kind of the Travelocity of insurance. Go on and kind of put the specs in that you're looking for and being able to call those up. We had nothing but trouble with setting up the MNsure system. The MNsure system required us to be able to go in, and people were putting their data in, and literally behind the scenes, there were people who were taking that data and putting it into a second system for quite a period of time. Let's not lose track of that. When the government gets involved in offering these services, it doesn't always go smooth. That's just one thing I want to point out. Then we had a thing called MNLARS, which we were going to try to deal with the licensing system here in the state of Minnesota, and that didn't go the way we wanted. I'm just wondering if this is going to be strike three at the plate, that the state's going to try to set this up. This point of the session, 20 minutes in the Commerce Committee, 20 minutes in Ways and Means, and bam, it's to the floor. Oh, wait, we got to bring it back to Ways and Means because it's going to be ruled out of order. Let's bring it back in, and we're bringing amendments in here to try in the last hours of this session to make this plan work. And Majority Leader Long, I appreciate you taking the amendments that we have, but I think you agree with me that we've got a lot more work than we have time to be able to make this thing stand up and work. And as a matter of fact, I wish we were paralleling tax credits for people to go into the private market, which once again, the private market pays the closer to or rack rate instead of 50% of the rack rate that's proposed by the public option and what we're currently seeing under Medicare reimbursement. Once again, I just want to remind you of a statistic that both Representative New Brindley and I have brought forward, and that is 67% of Minnesota hospitals are operating in the red as a result of having to pay out more in the cost of services to provide those to people than the people are able to pay for those services. There is no way you can make this up on volume. All you do is the race to broke. Members, you're going to vote how you want. I'm going to vote yes to make a point here today that this program is not ready for prime time. Please join me in a yes vote. Thank you, Madam Speaker and members.
Representative O'Driscoll, did you want a roll call on that?
I am not asking for a roll call. I'm just simply making the point that the program is not ready for prime time. And if you vote yes, you agree with me. If you vote no, you're with the Majority Leader.
There being no further discussion, all those in favor of the amendment say aye. Aye. Those opposed say nay. The motion does not prevail and the amendment is not adopted.
Long move that Rule 3.33 relating to amendments must be pre-filed, be suspended for the purpose of offering the new Brindley A20 amendment to Senate File Number 4942.
Representative Long.
That is my motion, Madam Speaker.
All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed say nay. And the motion prevails. The clerk will report the amendment.
New Brindley moves to amend Senate File Number 4942, the third engrossment as amended. The amendment is coded A20.
I recognize the author of the amendment, the member from Chisago, Representative New Brindley.
Thank you, Madam Speaker and members. The language in this bill under provider reimbursement requires that the public option payment rates will be equal to or greater than the fee-for-service Medicare payment rate. That Medicare payment rate is about half of what commercial plans pay to providers. We are literally going to bankrupt providers without this amendment. We are going to bankrupt providers. Under the current system, where the vast majority of the potential enrollees for the public option are currently today receiving their insurance through the individual market, the providers are receiving the commercial payment rate. When we move the vast majority of those people from the individual market into the public option, if we don't guarantee that commercial rate, we're going to destroy these providers. Because as it is, receiving the commercial rate, 67% of our hospitals are in the red. That is with current rates. That's with what they're receiving today. So this amendment would guarantee that our providers do not take this hit. This is about access. This is about ensuring we retain providers throughout Minnesota, particularly rural Minnesota, where this would take a huge hit. And so I would ask, actually, Madam Speaker, on this one, I would request a roll call, and I would ask for a yes vote.
Seeing 15 hands, there will be a roll call. Representative Long.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Thank you, Representative Brindley. So the proposal in the bill specifies that rates should be equal to or greater than Medicare rates. There is an opportunity to increase rates if that's what needed, but the phrase commercial rate does not have a specified meaning. There's not one commercial rate. Commercial rates vary widely and are widely viewed as excessive. In fact, we spend a lot of time trying to tackle transparency and lower the cost of care, and so I'd ask members to vote no.
Further discussion to the New Brindley amendment. Representative New Brindley.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I suspect that the commercial plans would love hearing that the commercial rates are excessive. I'm sure that they would be happy to lower those payments if they could do that. But that's absurd. That is an absurd statement. Commercial rates are excessive. Thank heavens we have those commercial rates, or we would not have providers in this state. That is the most absurd statement I've heard. So there's an opportunity for the payment to be higher if that's what's needed. We know that's what's needed. We know right now these hospitals are already operating in the red. We cannot cut their payments in half. We cannot cut their payments in half. We will destroy providers in this state. So while this underlying language says that we can provide payment rates that are greater than fee-for-service, we should require that. We should require that if this is such a great deal and this is going to do so much good, then let's pay the commercial rate so we maintain our providers. Thank you, Madam Chair. Speaker.
Representative O'Driscoll, I did make an announcement earlier today that after the author of the amendment has spoken, I will not be recognizing others as they should have the last word. But as a reminder, I will let you this time, and then just a reminder that after the author has spoken, we would take the roll. Representative O'Driscoll.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I just wanted to remind the body that earlier tonight and in other legislation that we are limiting the options that are available through banning certain types of HMOs and work that was done in this chamber bipartisanly with members here and in the other body to open up options, both public and nonprofit, or I should say for-profit and not-for-profit insurance companies that would give us the opportunity to be able to have more options to I'm paraphrasing, and I don't want to put words in the majority leader's mouth, but to deal with those quote-unquote overcompensations. We would drive down prices if we had competition. So on one hand, we're limiting competition. On the other hand, we're saying that what's left, they're just paying too much for the services, and that we have to do something to rein that in. I'm perplexed. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The clerk will take the roll. The chief clerk will call the names of the members voting remotely.
Carroll.
Carroll, no.
Carroll, no. Hewitt.
Hewitt, no.
Hewitt, no. Cagle.
The clerk will close the roll. There being 60 yeas and 64 nays, the motion does not prevail and the amendment is not adopted.
Long moves that Rule 3.33 relating to amendments must be pre-filed, be suspended for the purpose of offering the Schumacher A22 amendment to Senate File Number 4942.
Representative Long.
That is my motion, Madam Speaker.
All those in favor say aye. Any opposed, nay. The motion prevails. The clerk will report the amendment.
Schumacher moves to amend Senate File Number 4942, the third engrossment as amended. The amendment is coded A22.
I recognize the author of the amendment, the member from Rock, Representative Schumacher.
Thank you, Madam Speaker and members. The A22 amendment just sets the enactment date for this provision to December 1st of this year, provided that we have a positive budget forecast and not a projected budget deficit. So far, what we know about this proposal and this plan and our budget situation are two things. One, the fiscal notes and the projections for this public option are too far out for any projections to be made or put on paper at least. And two, we know that we currently are working with the assumption that we have a budget deficit for next year. So it would be prudent for us to wait until we have a better idea of what the budget picture looks for us in the coming biennium, and that will give us time to understand better what the projections for the cost of this plan is, and I would ask for your support. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Representative Long.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I would ask members to vote no. Representative O'Driscoll made a compelling case for the need for this work, and we shouldn't be delaying it further. Also, any future spending will be up to a future legislature, and we can evaluate and weigh that against a future budget forecast at that time.
Further discussion? There being no further discussion, all those in favor say aye. Any opposed, nay. The motion does not prevail and the amendment is not adopted.
Long moves that Rule 3.33 relating to amendments must be pre-filed, be suspended for the purpose of offering the New Brindley A13 amendment to Senate File Number 4942.
Representative Long.
That is my motion, Madam Speaker.
All those in favor say aye. Any opposed, nay. The motion prevails. The clerk will report the amendment.
New Brindley moves to amend Senate File Number 4942, the third engrossment as amended. The amendment is coded A13.
Recognize the author of the amendment, the member from Chisago, Representative New Brindley.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. There's been some kind of confusing language on the floor tonight, and Majority Leader Long has made references to Minnesota Care and that certain requirements already exist under Minnesota Care, and therefore they are managed in the new public option. However, on page 15, it currently says that specifically public option enrollees are not considered Minnesota Care enrollees. So we need to fix that. This amendment would say that public option enrollees shall be considered Minnesota Care enrollees. Now, this is important for a number of reasons. Number one, it ensures that this public option falls under Rule 101, which is provider participation requirements. It says that if a provider in the state of Minnesota is going to contract with CGIP, then they must also take public option enrollees. So they don't get to pick and choose. This ensures, again, that we align with Rule 101 and that if providers are going to take CGIP insurance, they must also provide care for those on the public option, and I would request a yes vote.
Representative Long.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I would encourage a no vote. We were intentionally being thoughtful with protecting our current programs, and adding public option enrollees to them could have unintended consequences, so I'd ask for members to vote no.
Further discussion on the New Brindley amendment. Representative New Brindley.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like to request a roll call.
A roll call has been requested. Seeing 15 hands, there will be a roll call.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I did not request a roll call at first because I thought for sure that was just an oversight. I thought that was for sure an oversight. Because currently Minnesota Care enrollees, if you're going to take CGIP, you have to serve Minnesota Care enrollees as well. This is to protect folks in our public programs. That's why we have these rules. That's why we have Rule 101. That's why it exists. So again, if this public option is so great and it's going to be so good for so many people, well then if providers want to provide service for CGIP enrollees, I don't know why they wouldn't want to give care to public option enrollees as well. By voting no on this, you are setting up an unequal system. You are setting up an unequal system where people like us, as legislators, we get broad access to providers because we have unbelievably good insurance. But you are setting up a system where public option enrollees will not get that same level of access. And that's not right. Again, if this is so great, if this is absolutely the right way to go, then the least we should do is ensure that public option enrollees are going to have access to the same providers that we as legislators have access to. Vote yes on the amendment.
The clerk will take the roll. The chief clerk will call the names of the members voting remotely.
Carroll.
Carroll, no.
Carroll, no. Hewitt.
Hewitt, no.
Hewitt, no. Cagle.
One more time.
Cagle, no. Cagle, no.
One more time.
Cagle, no.
Cagle, no.
Got it, thanks.
The clerk will close the roll. There being 59 yeas and 66 nays, the motion does not prevail and the amendment is not adopted.
Long moves that Rule 3.33 relating to amendments must be pre-filed, be suspended for the purpose of offering the Schumacher A39 amendment to Senate File Number 4942.
Representative Long.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. That is my motion.
All those in favor say aye. Those opposed say nay. The motion prevails. The clerk will report the amendment.
Schumacher moves to amend Senate File Number 4942. The third engrossment as amended. The amendment is coded A39.
I recognize the author of the amendment, the member from Rock, Representative Schumacher.
Thank you, Madam Speaker and members. The A39 amendment requires that this public option have the same minimum reserve requirements as commercial plans. This helps to ensure the financial solvency of the program and also ensures that we're not relying on forecasted spending in order to stand up this product. I ask for a green vote.
Representative Long.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. The public option is not sold as an insurance product by an insurance company, so these requirements aren't applicable. One of the benefits of Minnesota Care approach is that it's a buy-in to an existing public program, and we don't require this of medical assistance or Minnesota Care, so it's not appropriate or necessary, and I ask for a no vote.
Further discussion to the amendment. Representative Schumacher.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And Representative Long, I'm sorry to hear that. I would request a roll call.
A roll call has been requested. Seeing 15 hands, there will be a roll call.
And would encourage members to vote green. This is about moving forward in our state in a way that we're able to financially support this plan as it moves forward, and would again encourage you to vote green.
The clerk will take the roll. The chief clerk will call the names of the members voting remotely.
Carroll.
Carroll, no.
Carroll, no. Hewitt.
Hewitt, no.
Hewitt, no. Cagle.
Cagle, no.
Cagle, no.
The clerk will close the roll. There being 59 yeas and 66 nays, the motion does not prevail and the amendment is not adopted.
Long moves that Rule 3.33 relating to amendments must be pre-filed, be suspended for the purpose of offering a Schumacher 832 amendment to Senate File Number 4942.
Representative Long.
That is my motion, Madam Speaker.
All those in favor say aye. Those opposed, nay. The motion prevails. The clerk will report the amendment.
Schumacher moves to amend Senate File Number 4942, the third engrossment as amended. The amendment is coded A32.
I recognize the author of the amendment, the member from Rock, Representative Schumacher.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And members, the A32 amendment says that as part of the waiver request, the impact that would happen to the private market for employee-sponsored coverage would have to be better understood. And so this would just require to have some reports on that and get those estimates so that we understand that as we bring this new product to the market, what effect that's going to have to employer-sponsored coverage. And again, as I've said before, because we pull one string in health insurance, it's going to tug on the others, and we want to understand where things are being tugged. I would ask for your support. Thank you.
Representative Long.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Despite Representative O'Driscoll's amendment tonight, that failed, and so people with employer-sponsored coverage are not eligible to choose the public option. So opening it up to people with coverage from their employer would be a future policy choice, and I'd urge members to vote no.
Further discussion to the amendment. Representative Schumacher.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I would request a roll call and encourage people to vote green.
Seeing 15 hands, there will be a roll call. The clerk will take the roll. The chief clerk will call the names of the members voting remotely.
Carroll.
Carroll, no.
Carroll, no. Hewitt.
Hewitt, no.
Hewitt, no. Cagle.
Cagle, no.
Cagle, no.
The clerk will close the roll. There being 61 yeas and 64 nays, the motion does not prevail and the amendment is not adopted.
Long moves that Rule 3.33 relating to amendments must be pre-filed, be suspended for the purpose of offering the Nadeau amendment to Senate File Number 4942.
Representative Long.
That is my motion, Madam Speaker.
All those in favor say aye. Any opposed say nay. The motion prevails. The clerk will report the amendment.
Nadeau moves to amend Senate File Number 4942, the third engrossment as amended. The amendment is coded A43.
I recognize the author of the amendment, the member from Hennepin, Representative Nadeau.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Members, in the Milliman study, the one that was come out March 15th, there are some pretty wide and generous PM per member per month amounts that are put in there. For example, in calendar year 2027, it's $802 per member per month, all the way up to $838 per calendar year in 2029, 208 million up to 273 million. If those of you remember the GAMC population from a few years ago, we had that population, and Obamacare came out, and we did a one, I think it was a 1228 waiver request, and we thought this population was super unhealthy. And when ultimately it went into the counties and the plans worked with counties to provide health care for this population, we started at about $1,200 PMPM. We quickly got that number down to less than $600. These are some relatively, these are some generous benefits. So my amendment, Madam Speaker and members, is literally to say, and just simply, that this public option, when it's implemented, it will cease to operate if it exceeds this study under scenario 1E that we're basing the decision today that we're going to spend $22 million on. Thank you, Madam. I request a green vote, and this one we should roll call because the number should only go down from here.
A roll call has been requested. Seeing 15 hands, there will be a roll call. Representative Long.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd urge members to vote no. This says if the public option is implemented, as I've mentioned before, this bill would not implement the public option. Also, even though the Milliman analysis is conservative and there's a 10% buffer added on, if there is more participation in the future, that would be up to a future legislature to decide how to change participation requirements or cost-sharing thresholds. I'd urge members to vote no.
Further discussion to the Nadeau amendment. Representative New Brindley.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. We keep hearing throughout the night that there is no implementation with this. That's not happening right now. But I would point folks to page 13 and on. There's a lot of shalls and musts. And it's all about access and what the commissioner shall do. It does not say contingent upon. It is contingent upon nothing. There are a lot of shalls and musts in this bill. This bill, make no mistake, contains implementation. And so it is upon us, it is our responsibility to make these decisions now. Let's vote yes.
Any further discussion? Representative Nadeau.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Members, Representative New Brindley's right. I mean, the first line of waiver submittal, and I've mentioned this before, the Commissioner of Commerce shall submit a Section 1332 waiver. They shall submit it. It's not they might, they could. If it's a sunny day in December, they shall submit the waiver. That is implementation. I think we have a responsibility. We don't want to be sold a bill of goods. Nobody does. Nobody does. So, members, again, I'm not gonna belabor this. This is a good amendment to vote for. It's another check and balance, and future legislatures will be able to determine whether or not this was good or not. But you know what? It will come back to them, and we've heard that from Representative Long all night, that it's going to be future legislators that are going to make these decisions. And I think that this is a little safety valve, and I think it's a good one. So, members, please vote green.
The clerk will take the roll. The chief clerk will call the names of the members voting remotely.
Carroll.
Carroll, no.
Carroll, no. Hewitt.
Hewitt, no.
Hewitt, no. Cagle.
Cagle, no.
Cagle, no.
The clerk will close the roll. There being 59 yeas and 66 nays, the motion does not prevail and the amendment is not adopted.
Long moves that Rule 3.33 relating to amendments must be pre-filed, be suspended for the purpose of offering the Schumacher A54 amendment to Senate File Number 4942.
Representative Long.
That is my motion, Madam Speaker.
All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed say nay. The motion prevails. The clerk will report the amendment.
Schumacher moves to amend Senate File Number 4942, the third engrossment as amended. The amendment is coded A54.
To the author of the amendment, the member from Rock, Representative Schumacher.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And members, one last attempt here tonight to try and get some fiscal stability and put some parameters around what we're trying to do here. And this amendment, therefore, puts a cap on what the state costs and pays for the public option versus what the reinsurance costs are to the state. And basically, if you need to think about it in a way, I would suggest that you think about it in the fact that if we're willing to spend hundreds of millions of dollars to help at most 2% of people to take advantage of this program, then we should be willing to spend that same kind of money on reinsurance that helps hundreds of thousands of people throughout the state to keep lower premiums. And with that, Madam Chair, I would ask for your support. Thank you.
Representative Long.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I would ask members to oppose. I think this amendment is premature. We're going to have more information coming back from the federal waiver about what the federal contribution would be and what potential contributions we would need to make from the state, and I think we can make our determinations at that time.
Further discussion. Representative New Brindley.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd make the same point that I made on Representative Nadeau's amendment. And frankly, Representative Nadeau noted the requirement to request a waiver. I would suggest that this bill goes far beyond requesting a waiver, and it absolutely requires implementation of the public option. And we see that starting on page 13 through the end of the language. This language requires implementation. We've been hearing a lot of doublespeak all night. But what we are being told is not true. There is no contingency language in the underlying bill. So we need to take advantage of our opportunity right now to offer some protections for Minnesotans. Vote yes on the amendment.
Further discussion. Representative Schumacher. There being no further discussion, all those in favor say aye. Any opposed, no. The motion does not prevail and the amendment is not adopted. There's an amendment at the desk. The clerk will report the amendment. Nope.
New Brindley moves to amend Senate File Number 4942, the third engrossment as amended. The amendment is coded A11.
I recognize the author of the amendment, the member from Chisago, Representative New Brindley.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And now it's the moment you've all been waiting for. It's your chance to take a vote to actually remove this public option language from the bill altogether. We've made a lot of efforts tonight to clean this up and fix it and do the best we can to minimize the damage. The only amendments that have been accepted have been, frankly, too cute by half. It's not stuff that's going to have an impact. And you know what? Part of that is our fault, right? Some of these amendments were just not drafted quite as we had intended. But this is what I want to point out to you that I think is really critical. This section is not very long. It starts on page 10, the contingent appropriation. And it talks about the commissioner transferring part of the appropriation to request a waiver to implement a Minnesota public option health care plan. Okay, that is why we are requesting the 1332 waiver, to implement a Minnesota public option health care plan. So as you go through the bill, there are lots of requirements on how we submit this waiver and what we require as part of the waiver. And we've gone through a lot of that tonight. That's kind of been a lot of our focus actually in these amendments. Here's the thing. Once you get through the public option requirements, the waiver development, and the report to the legislature, there is no language that makes the rest of the bill contingent upon the waiver and what has already happened, other than, of course, we can't implement without the waiver. We must have the waiver to implement. But there is no contingency language that implementation requires legislative approval. Now, there was amendment this evening. However, I want to take you through page 13. If you go to page 13, this is access to the public option. The Commissioner of Human Services shall offer the public option through the MNsure website. It does not make this contingent upon anything. Now, we have to have the waiver to make it happen. There is no other contingency in this language. The MNsure board must extend the special enrollment period. The MNsure board shall provide administrative functions to facilitate the offering of the public option. The MNsure board, in this language right now, must provide marketing, call center, certification of insurance producers, making payments to navigators. It must do that right now, as soon as we pass this language and get the waiver. They must do that. It does not say that, it does not require additional legislative authority. An individual must be able to apply for, and if eligible, enroll in the public option. They must be able to do that. The MNsure board shall process all public options applications. They shall do that. For each applicant, a health carrier shall offer the same compensation or other incentives that it offers to other enrollees. On and on and on. Cost sharing. Public option enrollees are subject to the Minnesota Care cost sharing requirements. The Commissioner of Human Services shall set that cost sharing for public option enrollees. Let's go to provider reimbursements. The Commissioner of Human Services shall require managed care plans and county-based purchasing plans to reimburse healthcare providers for services at the abysmally low rate of fee-for-service, by the way. The Commissioner of Human Services shall, again, this is a shall contract with managed care and county-based purchasing plans for the delivery of services to public option enrollees. By the way, the fact that the Commissioner of Human Services shall contract with managed care and county-based purchasing, folks, that's what we already do. So I'm not sure why we are gutting providers, why we're gutting payments to providers while we're spending hundreds of thousands of dollars for the privilege of doing what we are already doing. But let's go on. The Commissioner of Human Services shall establish public option participation requirements for managed care and county-based purchasing plans, and they are not considered Minnesota Care enrollees. Folks, for the low cost of hundreds of millions of dollars, we are going to offer a product that's going to gut providers across the state of Minnesota, that's going to gut payment rates to providers who are already struggling. 67% of hospitals are already in the red. We're going to gut access for patients by destroying our rural hospitals. And all of this is going to require tax increases to support this monstrosity that's going to benefit maybe 2 to 3% of enrollees. That's what we're doing. That's what we're doing. We already know that we are heading into a deficit. It's not a structural imbalance, folks. It is a deficit. We do not have money. And this public option will add hundreds of millions of dollars to that deficit. Hundreds of millions of dollars. The only way to pay for that is through a tax increase or cutting other programs. And if Democrats are in charge, I can guarantee what they will choose. They're going to increase your taxes so that we can pass hundreds of millions of dollars in spending to offer a program to 2 to 3% of Minnesota enrollees that likely, well, we've already voted on it tonight, that are not going to have the same access to providers that we as legislators have. In fact, we very specifically tonight said, no, you don't get to have that same guarantee. You don't get to have access to the same providers that we get to have access to as legislators. That's embarrassing. That is absolutely embarrassing that we would give ourselves a privilege and benefit that we are not going to give to these public option enrollees. This is not ready for prime time. Make no mistake, the language in this bill is not just requesting a waiver. I just went through 3 pages of language that directly leads to implementation of this public option. It's wrong. This is wrong for Minnesota. It is too expensive. We cannot afford to increase taxes even more to pay for this monstrosity, and we should all vote yes to remove this from the bill. Madam Speaker, I would request a roll call and a yes vote.
A roll call has been requested. Seeing 15 hands, there will be a roll call. I recognize the member from Hennepin, Representative Long.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. We are on the last amendment. We've had a lengthy debate, so I'll be brief. What I will say is that Representative New Brindley does mischaracterize what the underlying language here does. The underlying language will not cost any additional funding. It is fully paid for. It will allow for Commerce to move forward with the federal waiver application. There is no funding in this proposal for implementation. There is no trigger that the public option be set up as there was in the underlying bill that I introduced. That is not in here. This would allow for a waiver. If a waiver is approved, then the legislature would come back and have more information to make a decision at a future time about whether we would move forward with implementation and what funding we would look to do that. Right now, we are spending significant amounts of money in the individual market through reinsurance, and we believe there are better options, and this could be one, but that is a decision that a future legislature will make if we have the information from this federal waiver application. Thank you.
I recognize the member from Isanti, Representative Johnson.
Madam Speaker, members, Representative New Brindley, thank you for this amendment. It's the only right thing to do. Through the process of going through this bill tonight, we've had many amendments. One of them was an important one. Because of the fact that 67% of our hospitals and our clinics are running in the red. Why? Because our current system for those on the MNsure plan and our Medicaid and Medicare, those on those plans do not even cover the costs of the services they receive. Those in the private sector insurance, like we have, the members of this body, we pay a whole lot more to try to cover those costs. Now, this new plan is going to be payment at the same rate as the lower paying plans. What's that going to do? It's going to shut down most of the hospitals and clinics across greater Minnesota. Those are the ones that are hurting the most. Where I live in Cambridge, we have a hospital there. You go 30 miles north to the next hospital, 30 to 40 miles every direction to a hospital. But from going up I-35, from Wyoming to Duluth, the only hospital is Sandstone. That's a long ways between hospitals. Emergency rooms for car accidents. If this plan goes forward, I would suspect maybe Cambridge, Princeton, Mora, Sandstone. There won't be hospitals there anymore. There might be a clinic, maybe. We're talking about the lives of hundreds of thousands of Minnesotans who need emergency medical care, and it's not going to be there. Now, we had an amendment earlier that would require these plans to pay this commercial rate. What is the commercial rate? Actual costs. What it costs to do the services you go to the hospital or clinic for. They actually have to pay quite a bit above cost to make up the difference for those that are paying way below cost on those plans that are offered by the state of Minnesota. By bringing those plans up to the same rate as commercial, guess what? The commercial rate's going to go down. Those on private insurance, those rates will go down. And those on, if the private insurance rates go down, guess what? They don't need the subsidized insurance. It's going to save taxpayers dollars across the state, and everybody's going to save money. Our health care costs will go down. It's common sense. This amendment from Representative Brindley is there to save the medical facilities across greater Minnesota. It's important that we pass this amendment. Please vote green.
I recognize the member from Olmsted, Representative Liebling.
Madam Speaker, I wonder if the Majority Leader would yield to a question.
He will yield.
Representative Long, I asked this question in Ways and Means, so it shouldn't be a surprise to you, but I really would like to get your response on the record here on the floor. So on page 10 of the bill, it talks about, there's reference to the use of the $22 million that was set aside last session for implementation of the public option. And it says now, with the changes in the bill, it says the $22 million in fiscal year 25 is from the Healthcare Access Fund for agency initiatives related to a Minnesota public option healthcare plan. And then it goes on to talk about the Commissioner of Human Services shall transfer from this appropriation an amount sufficient to develop and submit the waiver, and so on. My concern is that language that allows the transfer of that money for agency initiatives. Now, this kind of goes to what Representative New Brindley was discussing. Is this really just, well, we're applying for a waiver, nothing else? Or is this money now, under this language, available to be used in some further way? And part of the reason, just so the body understands, there was a preliminary fiscal note, and I also mentioned this in Ways and Means, that somehow came out with about $22 million worth of expenses to do all kinds of things to set up the public option. And I'm just wanting to know on the record, I asked fiscal staff and was told, oh no, I'm probably mischaracterizing the way he said it, but he tried to say or assure me that no, this money couldn't be used under this language. But I want your opinion. I want your commitment that this language, which seems to be pretty wishy-washy to me on that point, will not, in fact, allow that $22 million to be used unless and until we are implementing a public option.
Representative Long.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Thank you for the question, Chair Liebling. Yes, we did have this conversation in Ways and Means, and I'll give the same answer I did then. Our nonpartisan fiscal staff responded that the language on the following page, on page 11, referring to the purposes being for a waiver request, modified the earlier language for agency initiatives related to. So that is the intent of the language. That is my understanding of how nonpartisan staff has drafted it.
Representative Liebling.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you for that, Representative Long. I appreciate that response. So I think since the sort of the posture of this is that this vote seems to be kind of like the vote on the bill, since this is just an amendment in a larger bill, I think I would like to make a few comments right now. And I intend to vote for the amendment because I do not support the proposal that is before us. But I just wanted to make a couple of comments because obviously my reasons are different than a lot of my Republican colleagues. And I'm not going to speak for a long time on this, and I'm not going to go into all of my reasons, but I just wanted to address some of the things that came up today with the amendments that, some of the amendments. There was an amendment on trying to require reserves for this plan. Well, this plan depends on private insurance companies, and those companies have reserves. So as I'm understanding this, and someone can please correct me if I'm mistaken, but this requires procurement by DHS of managed care organizations, just like we do now under our public programs. That is what this does. And so those plans already have reserve requirements. So it was kind of an odd amendment in my thinking, but that's already in there. So if that's your concern, it shouldn't be a concern, but it's a concern to me because I view this as continuing a broken system and calling it a public option, and other people have heard me say this before, it's not public and it's not really an option. It's other amendments talked about the fact that not everybody can join this public option, and that is true, and that is also a concern of mine. So I believe what we would be setting up here is a plan that would actually be it would be better for this 1 or 2% of Minnesotans than many other Minnesotans have under their current employer plans. And so I think that there was an amendment getting at that point, trying to say, let's let everybody in. Well, clearly we can't do that because we can't afford it. Clearly, people who have employer-sponsored insurance are partly sponsored by their employers. And so we can't take over that cost. We just can't do it. This plan that's being proposed is going to be heavily subsidized. And so it will be unfair. It's baked into it is this unfairness that some people will be able to get this plan, and it'll be great for those who can get it. And for many, many, many other Minnesotans who also have pretty bad insurance, it won't do anything. Now, I know that the talk is, well, sometime in the future it'll help them too. I don't see that. So that's part of my reasoning too. And I want to address the issue about the rates, which has been discussed a lot on this floor today. And, you know, this is a conundrum, the issue about what rates should be paid. If we were under a public option under this plan to pay commercial rates, that would probably be really, yeah, Representative Brindley, that'd be great for those people. And it would be great for the providers. And it would actually be horribly unfair to the people who are already on our public programs. We have about 1.4 million Minnesotans on our public programs now. And for them, we're paying rates that are really too low. So you're kind of excuse the expression, damned if you do and damned if you don't under this program, because, you know, paying Medicare rates, which is what is being proposed here, is both unfair to people on Medicaid, for whom we're paying less and who get then worse access, and it also has the effects that some of you have been talking about, that it hurts providers probably in many cases because of the provider mix. So you kind of can't win here. And I honestly, I stayed off the board on a lot of these amendments because they're kind of no-win amendments. And I have to say, I appreciate that there's an effort here to do something in insurance for people, to get, you know, there's the people on my side really believe that everyone should have health care. Everyone's entitled to health care. This should be a human right. We all need it. We all should have it. No one should go broke. And it is an absolute travesty that we don't have that. And yet this effort to fix it, I believe, is just not workable and takes us in the wrong direction. Because fundamentally, I don't believe that insurance works. That's the problem we're having. This whole debate, for me, illustrates insurance is a terrible way to provide health care. It doesn't work. And you can tweak it and push the balloon this way and push it that way, and you're still going to have something that doesn't work. And this particular plan, for me, takes us in the absolute wrong direction. It cuts off the real opportunity to think differently about how we get health care to people. And I just have to say, too, that when people talk about, you know, choice, I don't think very many Minnesotans or people in general really care about choosing an insurance product. What they care about is choosing who's going to give them health care. They don't want to mess around in this system. They don't want to have prior authorization. They don't want to have to worry about whether somebody's in network, out of network, what their copays are going to be, can they afford their premiums. When they're sick, when they need health care, they want to find a provider who can help them and go to that provider and get the care they need. And this proposal, to me, doesn't move us closer to that. And that's why I'm going to be voting for this amendment to remove the public option from the bill. Thank you.
Further discussion on the amendment. To the author of the amendment, Representative New Brindley.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you to those who have spoken on the amendment. I just want to address a couple of things. And I agree with you, Representative Liebling, on a lot of what you just said, and particularly on the fact that it's a conundrum. And you're right, some of those amendments were no-win amendments. You're absolutely right about that. And when we are talking about guaranteeing commercial rates, you're right, that is a problem. Because that is going to break the bank. It's going to break the bank even more for the state. But on the flip side, if we don't do it, we're going to lose providers, which is exactly the problem we have with this public option language. It doesn't work. It's the one thing we do agree on, Representative Liebling. This doesn't work. And I would suggest, you know, I mean, we were told that this has been mischaracterized, that it's fully paid for, there's no funding for implementation. I hear all the time from Democrats, I hear them tell me what they want their bill to say, what they think it means. They tell me, don't believe your lying eyes. But I choose to believe the words on the page instead of the words that you tell me. And I appreciate the clarification between Representative Liebling and Representative Long for the agency initiatives related to the waiver request. But I would suggest that waiver, as part of that waiver request, where does that stop? Because again, On pages 13 through 15, there are a lot of shalls and musts. Are those related to the waiver request? I don't know why they wouldn't be. All of that relates to the waiver request. That language is very loose for agency initiatives related to. Well, all of those things are related to the waiver request. All of them. The commissioner shall offer the public option through the MNsure website. Of course that's related to the waiver request. It is related to. MNsure board must extend the special enrollment period. Of course that's related to the waiver request. Of course it is. It does not say contingent upon. The only language in this bill is related to. And it is clearly related to. The MNsure board shall provide administrative functions. That is, of course, related to the waiver request. On and on and on and on. So don't tell me that I can't believe my lying eyes. I'm going to believe the words on the page. And you may call it provisions related to the waiver request, but it sure looks an awful lot like implementation to me. Folks, trust the fact that you know how to read. Stop believing just what you're told. You can read the words on the page as easily as I can. You are being misled. You are absolutely being misled on this. This is all, quote, related to the waiver. This bill, as written in this commerce bill, is absolutely going to gut payments to providers. It is absolutely going to destroy rural hospitals. Members, vote no. Believe the words on the page. Don't believe what you are told. Believe what you can read for yourselves. It is no more complicated than that. Vote no.
The clerk will take the
vote yes.
The clerk will take the roll. The chief clerk will call the names of the members voting remotely.
Carroll.
Carroll, aye.
Carroll, aye. Hewitt.
Hewitt, no.
Hewitt, no. Cagle.
Cagle, no.
Cagle, no.
The clerk will close the roll. There being 61 yeas and 65 nays, the motion does not prevail and the amendment is not adopted. There are no further amendments at the desk. The clerk will give this bill its third reading.
Third reading, Senate File Number 4942, as amended.
Third reading. I recognize the member from Meeker, Representative Erdahl.
Thank you, Madam Speaker and members. I had a sheet I was going to ask people to yield, but I can't find it. Hours ago, my memories harkened back to thrilling bills from yesteryear. Representative Hornstein and I had a bill regarding the notification if a product contained cocoa bean mulch. Now, this is bad for dogs. I believe that Representative Hornstein's friend had a dog that died because of cocoa bean mulch. My dog, Slim, had become ill, and we named this bill Slim's Bill. Now, Representative Hornstein and I fought hard, but the bill did pass, only to be vetoed by Governor Pawlenty. Now, tonight, we had a chance to vote to alert people if a product contained insects, like crickets. Now, my Democrat friends opposed this tonight. Many of you were around and voted for Slim's bill. It seems a little inconsistent, and if I might point out, ironic, that some of you favored alerting dogs about eating cocoa bean mulch, but not people about eating crickets.
I recognize the member from Waseca, Representative Petersburg.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And I'm going to go back to amendments we talked about in the energy area about 4 hours ago, in which I think it was unwise to not accept some of the amendments that asked us to look at potential alternatives, because we're putting all our eggs in one basket, folks. Can you imagine, thinking back with me and to just show my age, if we had stopped with just LP records before we went to 8-track tapes? Or if we stopped with 8-track tapes before we went to cassette tapes, to CDs, to now we have everything digital? If we had stopped at any one of those and said, well, this is all there is, we aren't going to go any farther, there's not going to be anything in the future that's better, we would be in a far different place. We can talk about VHS tapes versus DVDs versus Blu-ray versus what's the new one, 4D, and some of the other things. Cell phones, what did we do 10 years ago? What size cell phone did you have compared to today? Technology is moving fast, and we need to always look forward to that. I know that it's human nature to, once we make a decision, we're going to hold fast to that because we know that we got it right and we don't need to be flexible. But when we stay that inflexible, we also eliminate some of the potential. It is not a sign of weakness when we accept that we could be wrong or that there could be something better in the future. I'm not going to be able to give advice next year, so I'm giving this advice now, and you guys that are coming back and can accept it or not. But don't be so rigid that you aren't flexible enough to look at what the future may hold instead of looking at the past and saying what we did do. It's important for us to always hold that piece available so that we can move forward when it becomes available, and $300,000 or even more than that to look at potential is something that is well worth it compared to a lot of the other things we're doing. So I was disappointed that it happened. I wish we could have changed it, but for in the future, I'm asking, please remain flexible. You will find that it will do you well, and we will be able to move the state ahead much faster. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
I recognize the member from Pine, Representative Nelson.
Thank you, Madam Speaker and members. As we look at this bill, I look at the agriculture bill portion of it, and while if I could on myself, I'd change a few things, and I think it'd be an all right bill, and I think you'd probably get a pretty good bipartisan support on an ag bill, which is quite common in the chamber here to have a bipartisan support. But I think one of the challenges we run into is when you take a reasonable ag bill, you start putting it in with everything else, you get a bill that's really tough to support. And Chair Vang, I thank you for the good conversations we had this past session, and working through different bills and ideas before us. And we've got there's a lot of good things in here. Shifting things around, dairy with an I, moving things around with that. The dairy economy is kind of tough right now, and being able to be flexible with that and moving some funds around have been very helpful for our dairy farms. And as we look at some of the specialty crop growers and beginning farmers, there's a lot of things that we do to really help them out. And one of the things on being sustainable in agriculture is one of the number one things they have to be is it first has to be financially sustainable. If you can't be financially sustainable, but then whether it's agriculture or any job, profession, it's not going to be something that's sustainable. You can't continue to prop it up and not have sustainability. So, when we look at that, it's one thing to help get started, help get the beginning, but then people need to be able to be sustainable on their own. And I think there's a lot of good things in this bill that really do kind of give that start, that help, that making sure that there's a solid plan behind it is also an importance there. And I thank you for that. And Representative Cha, thank you for your conversations and through this. And it's been interesting learning about your part of agriculture. You've kind of lived small farming, and you've kind of lived some bigger farming out in California. And there's a lot of things that you've seen, and I've appreciated your input on it and really helping craft this. And I thank you for that. But overall, I'm going to encourage a no vote on this bill tonight. And it's disappointing to do that. It's not because really the agriculture part of it, but when we put it in with everything else, this really becomes a difficult bill for me to support, and I would encourage a no vote on it this evening. Thank you.
I recognize the member from Winona, Representative Jacob.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. So I'm going to start by talking about how many votes have we taken tonight? 50, 75, 100, I don't know. But I can tell you that my constituents are frustrated with omnibus bills. But then to put omnibus bills together with omnibus bills, it's a monstrosity. So within that monstrosity, I'm going to speak to the Ag Committee. And I want to say when I was first elected, I was very enthused about being appointed to the Ag Committee as a fourth-generation family farmer, all the background I've got on SWCD committees and so forth. And I was even more excited when people told me, you're going to really like the Ag Committee because it's a nonpartisan committee. I thought, well, that feels really good. So I'm into this job now 18 months, and I haven't seen that this is a nonpartisan committee. So we brought forth an abundance of amendments on the Ag Committee. Not one of our amendments was accepted, not a single one, the entire year. Wait, there was one word. One word was left out, and I brought that up, and the Democrats accepted that. But I want to just give you a little bit of background about the expertise on our side of the aisle. We've got real farmers, and to just discount everything that they have to say, if there's a poultry issue, avian flu, Representative Burkle, he understands how to solve that. Representative Harder working side by side, harvesting, doing the buckworks on her farm. Representative Nelson, he's a jack of all trades, livestock, crops, erosion control, conservation. Representative Anderson, he's a legend. And I feel I bring good background too. So to just have everything that we have to say entirely disregarded all year, that's a tough pill to swallow. I want to just reiterate this rating of the AFRAC funds. I brought forward a very real solution with my Ag Water Quality Certification bill, and to go in an entirely different direction and use the words, I guess it is, make polluters pay. Well, you're not making anyone within You're charging people around the state by rating that AFRAC account. Doesn't make any sense. $18 billion surplus last year, $730 million being spent next door, but not $1 million for a very real solution on the Ag Water Quality Certification Program, and maybe in the tails, $2 million more. That just doesn't make any sense. And we focused a lot of our time on small, organic, BIPOC, and emerging farmers, and I support that. I support that wholeheartedly. But the bill has entirely lost sight of supporting the economic engine in Minnesota. And really, conversely, it takes target on medium-sized, large-sized, and conventional farming. So in the end, this is much more about what this bill does to farmers than what it does for farmers. So please vote no.
I recognize the member from Hennepin, Representative Nadeau is not here either. Okay, I recognize the member from Chisago, Representative New Brindley.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I will not belabor this. I just want to add one additional tidbit to the conversation on the public option. While during the debate here, I received a text message from a friend of mine who works a relatively low-wage job, but does receive insurance from his employer. And he said, my insurance is going up by 33%, and this public option wouldn't help the lowest paid workers. It picks winners and losers. It picks winners and losers, and frankly, it's picking winners who largely are already served in the commercial market. But folks who are our lowest wage workers, who are paying for employer-sponsored plans, but that doesn't mean they're getting a good deal just because it's an employer-sponsored plan. Those folks are the losers in this. And again, these are our lowest paid workers. These are our low-wage workers on employer-sponsored plans. I just want to add that to the debate because I hope that matters to folks. Interestingly, this commerce bill was kind of a nothing burger before this public option got dropped in. But it made a bill that really folks didn't have to care a lot about. You may have even gotten Republican votes on it, into something that just absolutely cannot and should not be supported by any member of this chamber, regardless of what side of the aisle you are on. So I will certainly be voting no on the bill tonight.
I recognize the member from Hennepin, Representative Nadeau.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you, members. And I've enjoyed getting to know Representative Long tonight. Thank you for accommodating all those amendments and having a conversation with us. I started out my first amendment tonight. I talked about how the whole thing with healthcare is balancing network formations and stability against cost reductions. And there's not a lot of public options out there, and the ones that are out there are very new. And so the data that we have from them is really difficult to determine whether or not we're meeting the goals of increasing access, saving costs, keeping providers engaged in networks. But what we know so far is that both programs are struggling. The only option in this particular option is to cut provider payments to achieve those savings and trying to convince them not to leave the network. And I agree with Representative Liebling that this proposal is worse than what we have now. And members, I don't know if you're voting for this because it's politically expedient. I don't know if you truly believe that we're going to be able to increase access and stabilize our system with a public option, but it hasn't happened yet. But we're from Minnesota. You know, we do everything bigger and better, right? We do everything bigger and better. We're going to take advantage of the mistakes that everyone else makes, and we're going to make it better. In Washington, the providers didn't join the networks. And it's the same problem that we have here in Minnesota with dental access. If providers don't join the networks, what did Washington do? They mandated that providers provide services and join networks. And is that what we're going to do? And I was wondering if Representative Long would yield to a question.
He will yield. Representative Nadeau.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Representative Long, if commercial rates are 200% of Medicare, and the claims in 2022 totaled roughly $850 million, which is what they were. That's based on the last report. Can we presume that our providers are going to take a 50% cut if we force them into a public option where we're going to pay at least Medicare rates, which is 100%, or even if it's 130? I mean, Washington went 160. So my question is, what happens if providers refuse to serve patients because of the PO coverage reimbursement rates are 100% or even 120% of Medicare?
Representative Long.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Well, one thing I'll point out again is that this bill would not implement a public option, so these would all be decisions for a future legislature. But taking your question at face value, we know right now that there are a lot of providers who are providing unreimbursed care. This bill would help with that because we would have individuals, if we did implement the public option, we would have, according to the Milliman analysis, 30,000 more uninsured individuals who have health care, and we'd have 70,000 more who right now are on catastrophic coverage where oftentimes they're not getting care. So we know that providers would oftentimes be getting better reimbursement under this proposal than what they have now. There hasn't been a decision about reimbursement rates. There is a proposal that would go forward for a waiver analysis. But what I will say is that, as I said before, commercial rates are too high. From what I've heard from healthcare economists, Medicare rates are a lot closer to the true cost of care than commercial rates.
Representative Nadeau.
And thank you for that. You know, the Milliman study also assumed that, you know, no individuals were going to leave the individual and group markets and go to the public option, which I think we've pointed out here tonight. It's, you know, that's probably not going to be the case. So once again, and I will reiterate this the final time, in Washington, the clinician networks on the public options were consistently narrower than those of other plans, which ultimately forced the legislature to mandate provided care. In Colorado, the analysis confirmed that the promise of meaningful savings from the public option for taxpayers and plan participants never have been realized because they require an unacceptable level of trade-off. And those are the only two plans that are out there. That's it. That's it. That's all there is. They're both abysmally struggling, we'll say. So, members, this is, I wish that we would have had a rigorous debate in committee where this belonged, where we could have brought other options, where we could have brought other options and put them side by side and actually debate the merits, the cost, the economies, the access, provider reimbursement rates. That's our job. That's our job. Our job is to literally find that balance, not just push something through because we can. Don't do something because you can. Do something because it's right, because the science backs it up, because the evidence shows that it's going to improve outcomes, that it's going to increase access, that it's going to decrease premiums, that it works. Like Representative Liebling said, we need to think differently about how we deliver care. What does our healthcare delivery system look like in 10 years, in 20 years? What does it look like? It's not going to look like this. It is not going to look like this. We're going to spend $22 million. There's no chance in the world that CMS is going to approve that waiver, especially since they approved 2 already, and they're not meeting the goals that they specifically set out. They're not meeting the goals, members. Don't pass this. Let's take this through a process. Let's work on it. Let's put our heads together, both sides of the aisle. This is not the plan for Minnesota. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The member from Olmsted, Representative Quam.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And, you know, I remember when the Ag Bill was the easy one to go through and wasn't controversial because everybody worked together, both sides. And in fact, we had one year where that was one of the few ones that passed before we hit a shutdown because we didn't get all the stuff passed. So I'm disappointed that you're, from what I'm hearing from the committee members, and the fact you're combining it into this bill instead of a standalone. Grew up on the farm, simple farm boy. My analysis is that in ag, you crossbreed or you take different strains of plants to combine them to get a stronger, better plant. This public option is actually combining weaknesses to make a worse option. And I wish it wasn't combined in with the ag bill and with the energy bill. We heard about labs and development of new science and et cetera. Over the decades, I've been to many of the different labs that we've got across, and they're not just the energy one that actually has energy technology that helps. Livermore, I believe they had some good new technology for solar, for the more efficient conversion to put onto the grid. Frankly, we should, as Minnesota, look at the leading technology and try to implement it. Some of the new nuclear designs would allow us to get rid of the byproduct, the waste, the spent fuel in those casks. That would be an intelligent thing to do because we have a lot of complaints about them sitting there. Well, let's allow the new technology to convert that so we can use it in the new technology. I heard global frequently on this House floor. Global means the planet. And there are things that we could do in Minnesota much better and cleaner than what are being done in other parts of the world. So by doing it here, we actually would be improving the planet. Cleaner, and I think there are other advantages besides the cleaner. I think we treat people and the workers better. But I hope we can start allowing Minnesota to help the planet soon by actually allowing us to do it better in Minnesota, whether it's mining, whether it is other energy applications. Because if we think globally, Minnesota can do a much better job actually doing these things here than it's not happening because I don't see it. But if we care about the planet, we would have taken some of the amendments that were offered tonight. Well, I'm going to sit back down and grab some popcorn and listen to the rest of the third speeches. I can't vote for this bill.
The member from Lyon, Representative Swedzinski.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Thank you, members. You know, we've had a great debate tonight on issues really facing Minnesota, on health care, when it comes to the Commerce Bill, on energy and agriculture. You know, we had some opportunities in a couple areas where we were able to find some common ground when it comes to permitting reform. Although it's a small first step, it is something. And, you know, I want to encourage members from both sides of the aisle to really look at government not as a wall to stop progress when it comes to advancement, and not pick winners and losers when it comes to industry. You know, we have opportunities as legislators on both sides of the aisle to be friendlier to business. You know, what we see as, if we see government as a club, to back down investment, to back down setting roots in different portions of our state, we have an opportunity to be much friendlier. And that amendment, Listlegard amendment, was a first step in that, and we do appreciate it. You know, we had an opportunity tonight to do some other things as well. You know, it doesn't take much if you ask your friends and neighbors, you know, what their concerns are. Their concerns about the direction of our country, their concerns about the directions of our state. But when it comes to issues of their pocketbook, their concerns about interest rates, they're concerned about their mortgage rate, they're concerned about really the costs of living life in Minnesota. Representative Rarick and others had amendments that would really drastically reduce the cost of energy when it comes to state taxation on it. And by potentially hundreds of millions of dollars if the Rarick amendment would have moved forward. And I think it's time for us to really reflect on our role as legislators. Do we demand that we can best spend those dollars, or do fundamentally we make choices to empower families, empower businesses, empower individuals that, you know, we think you can do best? I would encourage you all to reflect as we move through the last couple weeks and couple days of session, that if there are opportunities to take a position where we're allowing people to chart their own path, to take it. If we're allowing people to keep their dollars that they've earned, to keep it. Folks, we can do many great things here on this House floor. Empowering ourselves, empowering politicians, empowering bureaucrats in Washington, D.C. and in St. Paul, I think is a disservice to the people of Minnesota. Members, I would recommend a no vote. We had some good opportunities to improve these bills. Many of our amendments fell flat. And I would just encourage you to join the Republicans in voting no. Thank you.
The member from Pope, Representative Anderson.
Thanks, Madam Speaker and members. I'd like to thank Chair Vang and the other members of the DFL portion of the Ag Committee for your work this year. We had some lively debates and some discussions, and we all worked and did the best that we thought we could. The bill does contain some positive items. Foremost in my mind is the $3 million the bill allocates to water quality issues in southeast Minnesota. Thank you for that. It's needed. But here's what else this bill does. It sunsets and it ends a very popular and effective fertilizer research program. And it does that despite overwhelming support from nearly all major ag groups in Minnesota. That program has one more year on life support then in this bill, the program ends. It's the AFRAC program. What else this bill does, it actually incentivizes the growing of marijuana. Do we really want to do that in the ag bill, incentivize the growing of marijuana along with hemp and some other things? This bill contains not a single meaningful amendment from our side of the aisle. Let me say that again, not one meaningful amendment from our side of the aisle. And has been mentioned earlier, that despite the fact that all 5 members on our side of the aisle are farmers, make use of that practical experience, but it wasn't on this committee. As an example, Representative Jacob lives in southeast Minnesota. He lives these water quality issues every day. And he had a positive bill, water quality certified bill, and he himself is water quality certified, that would have been an incentive to improve production practices and such. But that bill died. It did get a hearing in the Ag Committee, but it later died in the Property Tax Division. Not enough funding, we were told, for a good program. You know, agriculture in this body used to be a nonpartisan issue. Having a safe and abundant supply of food should be a priority for all of us. I recall a few years back, Ag Chair Rod Hamilton loved all of agriculture. He was one of the first to embrace and to promote and get funding for urban agriculture. And yet he wanted production agriculture as well. He wanted all of agriculture. And our state is a powerhouse in the arena of production agriculture. And I certainly would have liked to have seen this bill contain more in the way of items that would help in the things that make our state one of the top ag producers in the nation. Last year in 2023, this state produced around $23 billion in ag products. That's number 6 in the nation. Despite not having, high value crops like almonds and things like that, we were 6th in the nation with corn, soybeans, sugar beets, turkeys, hogs, beef, dairy. We have it all here in Minnesota, and I'm proud of that. I hope this bill comes back from conference committee in better shape. Certainly, I hope the AFRAC provision is back in this bill, or it should be, and we can support that bill when it comes back from conference. But as of now, I have to recommend a no vote on this ag bill here in the House of Representatives. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The member from Stearns, Representative Demuth.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And we have had a good debate here tonight. Unfortunately, with an omnibus bill where we put energy, ag, and commerce into one bill, it makes it difficult to vote. There are some good things. As we heard, the permitting reform amendment that was accepted, the water quality issues that were addressed. Those are good parts. But the part that I want to focus on is the public option. And that is the most concerning thing as we look at this. And members, just to be clear, this is not just a study. This is not just gathering of information. This is the start of a very slippery slope that's going to lead to higher costs for health care and less access for Minnesotans all across the state. The version of the public option is estimated to cost more than $500 million per biennium just to provide another insurance option for only 3% of Minnesotans. Because the public option relies on dramatically underpaying providers to stay afloat, it could cost Minnesota hospitals hundreds of millions of dollars per year and cause hospitals and clinics across our state to close. And we know that Minnesotans would have much less access to health care. Even the Commerce Department said that it wasn't ready for prime time. They submitted a letter to all of us, to legislators, back in February saying that they needed more time, at least another year, for analysis before they could even implement a public option. We still have no idea how a public option would affect the individual market, but we know from what we've heard tonight that the results could be catastrophic. So in the words of your own health finance chair, I want to quote, "For the Minnesotans who qualify, this plan could be great. However, for the other 97% of Minnesotans, it will do nothing except probably or perhaps increase state taxes." Let me repeat that again. The chair said, for the Minnesotans who qualify, this plan could be great. However, for the 97%, it will do nothing except increase state taxes. So because of that, and what we've heard throughout the day, throughout the afternoon and evening, members, I recommend a no vote.
The member from Washington, Representative Cha.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'm going to speak to the agriculture portion of this bill. And first of all, I want to thank the chair and Lead Anderson on this committee and my colleagues on both sides of the aisle. There's something to be said about how many miles you put on your motorcycle, how many seasons you put into your farm as a farmer. And I want to be the first to acknowledge that we have colleagues here who have decades of experience in farming, which I learned from, which I shared my experience with. I want to be the first to say I appreciate that. I appreciate your insight. I appreciate the conversations I've had with greater Minnesotans. And I want to share something with you, because I was asked during this session to say, why do you care about farmers, Ethan? Because there's no farmers in Woodbury. I'll tell you what, I was a farmer, I'm still a farmer, and I don't only represent Woodbury, but I represent the state of Minnesota. That includes all greater Minnesota, all metro, all suburbs. And when I make policies and when I make decisions, it's based on the greater of all Minnesotans. And with that, I want to say there aren't a lot of bad or good things in this bill, but I'll tell you what, there are some good things in this bill. You know, we keep the grain indemnity intact. You know, I'm proud of that, because that's important to us. We fight for that. And I appreciate the conversation I've had with both of my colleagues and the decisions we made to keep it intact. You know, I saw Chair Vang fight for emerging farmers. That's important. My parents were emerging farmers. I no longer am, because I think emerging farmers only goes up to 10 years. I'm like 20-year farming. So I want to thank Chair Vang for fighting for those provisions. I want to acknowledge that there is a problem in southern Minnesota. And I've had conversations with those farmers. I came to learn that, you know what? They're just like us. We didn't create the problem. We inherited the problem. As legislators sitting on these committees, I didn't make the policies before me. They were made before I got here. And I inherited them. But I'm doing the best I can. And that's all we can do on these committees. We're not going to get everything we want. But we take what we can. And we come back, and we do it again. And we have the same conversations, and we have new ones. And like I said before, we build fences to make better neighbors. So I urge all of you to vote green, because there's still a lot of work to do, and we'll be back next session to continue the work. So thank you.
The member from Rice, Representative Purcell.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I will not highlight every provision in this bill that I'm excited about, but I want to highlight a few of the wonderful things in this supplemental budget bill. We streamline and update definitions and language for honey and for pesticide applicator licenses to align with federal regulation. We make clear that in-home daycare providers are eligible to apply to our farm to school and early care grants, for which we add an additional $100,000 in this budget. And there's a one-time additional boost of funding for soil health equipment grants for generational and beginning farmers. The things I'm most excited about in this bill are working to address the nitrate-contaminated drinking waters in southeast Minnesota. This bill does phase out the Agricultural Fertilizer Research and Educational Council funding for research and directs it to assist Minnesotans who drink from private wells to upgrade their drinking water infrastructure. I would like to express my deep gratitude to Chair Vang for including the provision that Representative Olson, Representative Kraft, and I brought to the committee, something we've been working on now for almost a year and a half, and that we'll be convening a working group to explore the establishment of a clean water carbon credit market in Minnesota, where credits are sold to Minnesota businesses and will pay the farmers implementing the practices directly that we know lead to cleaner water and healthier soils. And finally, this bill restores funding to the AGRI program, Agricultural Growth, Research, and Innovation, that supports the advancement of Minnesota's agricultural and renewable energy industries. I can't wait to vote green for this bill and for the wonderful agricultural provisions included therein. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The member from Hennepin, Representative Vang.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I want to thank members for the discussion tonight. I want to thank members of the Ag Committee from both sides of the aisle for your input and your contributions. Thank you to Lead Anderson for your work and for the robust discussion. Throughout session, we discussed extensively about nitrates, and I've been told that's not often a topic we talk about much. And I appreciate members' input on how we can address this emerging issue that has came upon us after a petition was filed to the EPA. And for a long time, there was one way of us talking about agriculture. Pretty much the only same group of people have talked about agriculture. And I think, and I hope this year I've pushed the envelope just a little bit to expand what agriculture is, how agriculture impacts not just greater Minnesota, but also us in the metro area. And yet we all share a common goal to have clean water, good food, and a strong agricultural economy. And these things make up the building blocks of Minnesota and why people continue to thrive in our state. We all have a duty to be good land stewards, to thrive and raise healthy communities, and be resilient on emerging issues we've heard this year, like avian influenza and nitrate contamination. And so for the sake of time, I will just keep my remarks brief. I just want to thank staff, both partisan and nonpartisan, as well as our pages for their work. I also want to thank Commissioner Peterson and the Department of Ag for their input, providing ample information in the committee and outside as well as their partnership in meeting the needs of every farmer of the state. And with that, thank you, Madam Speaker.
The member from Hennepin, Representative Kraft.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Members, thank you for the discussion tonight. I'm proud of this bill, and I'm proud of the work our committee has done this year and last. I know Chair Acom would want me to, and I also want to thank Lead Swedzinski and all members of our committee from both sides of the aisle for the great discussions we've had in committee. I especially want to thank Chair Acom. It's been an honor to be her vice chair and present our committee's bill on her behalf. She has been a wonderful mentor and provided a great example of how to conduct a committee and be respectful and inclusive of all opinions, even when there are disagreements. So, you know, the Earth is telling us with more and more frequency and urgency that the kind of work we're doing in the Climate and Energy Committee and other committees are beyond necessary. You can see signs and signals every day. Just yesterday, several of us met with the Canadian Consul General Beth Richardson. This is organized by Representative Robbins. So one of the representatives from the other side asked the Consul General about the fires ongoing in Canada and said, why are they happening so much more there? And she said, very matter-of-factly, well, it's climate change. She said, you know, typically in the past we've had snowier winters and colder winters. And in the spring, when the snow melts, it puts out the fires that are still going. But that's not happening anymore. There are 50 fires that were not put out that are going, and she said they met and said likely going to have another bad air quality summer. And then another question was asked, well, what can we do? How can we mitigate this? And the thing that struck me is that the best answer to that would have been given about 20 or 30 years ago. But my generation, our generation, dropped the ball. Or maybe it's better said that we allowed the ball to be dropped, influenced by the vast sums of money that fossil fuel companies spent and continue to spend on misinformation about climate change. I was also yesterday, maybe on a slightly more inspiring note, reminded of why I'm doing this work, why we all need to do this work. It just so happened that 3 8th graders from Benilde St. Margaret's in my St. Louis Park district had set up a meeting with me. They shared their work on a project examining climate change impacts on Minnesota. Their focus and really excellent analysis was about climate change's impacts on our roads, on culverts, and on our grid. And then they lobbied me on a few bills to help protect their future. They were logical, eloquent, and pretty straightforward, and also pretty dang inspiring. So thank you, Mallory, Annabelle, and Emmeline. Please vote yes.
The member from Anoka, Representative Stevenson.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Thank you, members. I'm going to stick with the theme of gratitude tonight that we've been going on. I'm thankful for the good discussion and members on both sides of the aisle. I'm even thankful for you, Representative New Brindley. Your frequent speeches tonight gave me lots of opportunities to get up, walk around, stretch my legs. It's very helpful. I really appreciate that. We had a great biennium in the Commerce Committee, and I'm particularly thankful for the members of that committee, particularly thankful for Lead O'Driscoll, with whom I've had a great working relationship these last 4 years. I really appreciate that. We also are blessed with tremendous staff. Our committee pages, Michael Thomas and Kelsey Deering, our nonpartisan staff, Ashley Yang, our fiscal analyst, Ben Johnson and Nathan Hopkins contribute significantly to the work we did this year, as of course did Laurie Pompu, our regular House researcher who's in the Commerce Committee, our partisan staff, Eric Anderson and Casey Peterson, our committee legislative assistant, Morgan Durfee, and of course, our incredibly able, incredibly skilled, wonderful public servant, Simon Brown. Thanks to everyone for the great discussion. Thanks for the bill. I hope everyone votes green.
The member from Hennepin, Representative Long.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. This is our last finance bill. We have made it after many days of discussion, and I will try to be very brief. I think our chairs and members did a great job of summarizing what is in these bills. I just wanted to highlight two provisions. First is the transmission provision that was in the Energy and Climate Bill. We know that right now we have huge congestion in our grid, that we are significantly curtailing some of the renewable energy that's being produced, and that we're facing excessive interconnection costs. And this bill would take a major step forward in being able to reduce the time that it takes to build transmission by up to 18 months. That would be critical to us meeting our 100% goals that we set out last year. And this effort has really broad support from everybody from regulators to developers to environmental groups. So I'm grateful that we were able to move that forward today. And I also want to thank members for their support tonight on the public option. We did have a robust and thorough discussion. And I just want to remind us why we want to do this, which is that we know that right now there are too many Minnesotans who are struggling to afford their health care. And we know that many of those folks are in the individual market. We're already providing large subsidies to folks in that market through reinsurance. And there are better ways to do that. And we believe that this could be one of those ways. We know that folks in the individual market right now are on bronze plans. Average deductible is about $7,000. That really is catastrophic coverage. It's not insurance. It's not something that they can use, and that means that they're going without care and they're having bad health outcomes. Minnesota Care is a national model right now, and we believe that this would be a really important step forward for us to get the information we need to act in a future legislature. I want to thank Chair Liebling for the discussions we've had on this. I know that we share goals, even if not the means in this particular case. And I'm hopeful that this step can lead us to building a successful Minnesota Care public option to help ensure more Minnesotans can have affordable health care. Thank you, members, and I urge a green vote.
The clerk will take the roll on the bill. Will the clerk please call the names of the members voting remotely?
Acom.
Acom votes aye.
Acom, aye. Carroll.
Carroll, aye.
Carroll, aye. Hewitt.
Hewitt, aye.
Hewitt, aye. Cagle.
Cagle, aye.
Cagle, aye.
The clerk will close the roll. There being 68 ayes and 59 nays, the bill is passed as amended and its title agreed to.